characters? Bonus material, huh? Okay. Here we are. The sound makes me think of a movie.
The Raven's heir. One of them's caught another one close. Harold, have you read this? Harold? 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 You hear me? This is no time for fun and games.
Shh! Calm down. I'm a copper. We're on the same side.
A copper? What are you doing here? And where's Harold?
Harold? Well, there's another guard back there unconscious. That's probably him. The Eye of the Sphinx. Where is it?
It's there.
Oh, good. Then he hasn't got it yet.
You mean... heir?
Shh! Turn it off. He's gonna steal the eye.
But how do you know?
Doesn't matter. All that matters is that we catch him. Do you understand?
Yeah, but...
Do you understand? You and me, mate. We'll be heroes. All right, now, we just have to...
What?
Halt! Stop! You're under arrest!
I wish you didn't throw away my fries. I don't want your chips. This game feels like a movie. Oh, can I finally move? No? Oh, there's Shane.
up?
Have time to play. I'm on duty.
Haha, you're funny. But you don't look like a real cop. You don't even have a revolver.
Oh, okay. You should go away. Who is he? Totally gone.
And where are you from, Matthew Miller?
From Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Mom and I live in England now. She's taking the children. We're on our way to Venice at the moment. We're taking a cruise on a big ship.
Impressive. You've already half the world. I've spent my entire life at the gun. What did it for?
Raven, he was gunned down, so now pistol.
Dead birds don't need guns. Once.
You don't know who the Raven is. Just the burglar who stole paintings from the Louvre and those priceless eggs with gold and diamonds and stuff. And Bobby Dobbs says he replaced the crown jewels with rhinestones.
I know who the Raven was. Although I don't buy that bit of jewel. You do know these days there are thieves far more dangerous than your old Raven. 2 days ago, a precious ruby was stolen from the British Museum. It was an explosive. And you know what the papers say?
You too much, Constable.
Zellner, monsieur. Anton Jakob Zellner.
Or did he pull a gun on you?
No, monsieur.
Get a move on.
Ensign Legrand, it's a great honor to work with us.
We appreciate the support of the Swiss police, but it'd be better if you'd remain seated and on things.
But, monsieur, persistence. I saw a safe being loaded.
We have everything under control. If you'll excuse the car at the back for the rest.
I'm not here to enjoy the beautiful scenery. I puffed the people on the platform. I know, for example, and
That would press it. There weren't a violin case next to him.
Lee Gerridge is a German doctor on his way to Italy to take up a new part of us engraved conflict. An Italian dictionary.
Maybe just a holiday in Italy, following in Goethe's footsteps.
Too much luggage. And no, he's not retiring to Italy either. The suitcases are too shabby for me to believe that he can afford to reach the late 50s.
Right then, Constable
Zellner.
Constable Zell. If you're such a clever do rain.
You're looking for someone.
You're just guessing. If I were looking for someone to spend a trip to freight car, would I?
Well, that would seem to indicate that you're guarding something.
And what might it be?
I must be very important.
Why is that?
Because you are very important. They wouldn't have assigned the case to you if it were just a trifle.
Let's assume that we really are sporting something very important on this train. And let's assume that it really is my job to see that it arrives. Then why isn't the train crawling with
Yours attention.
But why not?
It's...
You've got imagination, if you that. Well, it's impressive, I admit. But the fewer people involved, the better. We'll get along fine without you. Pardonnez-moi.
I can help. And in my country, to assist you. And that's exactly what I'll do, whether you like it or not.
Clever. Your commitment speaks volumes. This is my show, and I don't need you. Bon voyage.
But how do you know? Hello.
You
I did.
talking to the doctor on the block. He told you everything himself, and you were just pretending to put it together.
And what of it? Do you know who that is? That's Inspector Legrand. You have to press him if you want to work with him.
I'm going to tell on you.
You me? To the very police who shot your
Whoa, it was him?
Mm-hmm. Hunted as a famous burglar. That's how he got his
Tell him
either. I have to do my work now.
every Matt. She calls me Maddie, as if I were a little kid.
Whether Legrand wants my or not, I'll keep my eyes open. Maybe I can change his mind.
More about. Why not? Next
This morning I wouldn't be hungry because of all the excitement. Thankfully, everybody. I wrapped the apple making a trip for another all day. Can bus on trains. Pleasure. Don't need that either. Every table has its own waste basket. Practical. No need to F your seat. Every table has its own All right. And he's traveling through the more mountain landscape and can only hope his violin is better than he. Sir, if I'm not mistaken, your violin is still an instrument. Violin muses the soul.
That's to play it.
Do you play in an orchestra?
No, all aren't really part of my world.
Solo violinist. The best. Great part.
In that case, I'm probably not.
Are you traveling to Istanbul non-stop?
I'll transfer in Venice. I'm on my way to Cairo.
Cairo?
I'm performing at the reception in the Egyptian Museum there.
I'm sure your recital was a great success. Tell me, did you notice anything unusual on the train?
Anything unusual?
Persons acting suspicious.
Is there cause for concern?
Everything is in order, sir. We Swiss are just very cautious people.
I understand. No, I didn't notice.
Have a good trip.
Thank you.
Very kind of you. Thanks. Oh, pardon me.
No problem. The uniform is waterproof. Mr.
Lucio. Professor Edgar Lucio.
Oh, a professor. Are you a scientist? Do you teach at the Sorbonne?
No, I work at the British Museum in London.
You don't say. So, you were, shall we say, an eyewitness to the burglary? Oh.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, no?
Well, there was a lot of commotion. I didn't really pay much to it.
There was a break-in in your museum, and it didn't concern you?
Well, let's just say that nothing that's happened in the last 2,000 years concerns me.
May I ask where you are going?
Of course. To Venice. I'm going to meet some colleagues there.
Oh, Venice. A beautiful city, so I'm told.
Indeed. But I really have to take my leave now.
Just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual on the train?
Here? On the train? No. I can't say that I have. Although I did spend most of the time in my compartment.
The famous Inspector Legrand is on this train. I imagine you know him.
No. Should I?
You don't know him? And you also don't know what he's doing here?
No. Why should I?
Just a thought. You're a representative of the British Museum. There's a guarded safe on the train.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you're trying to imply. And now, please excuse me.
I don't want to take more of your valuable time. Understand, don't you, that what concerns me is the present, and especially the robbery at the museum.
Yeah, of course, of course. It's just, I'm in rather a hurry.
You'll get in touch if you notice anything unusual, won't you, Professor?
Of course, Constable. What's this?
What's the matter, sir?
The door. I can't open it.
Ah, we'll sort it out somehow. The compartment is locked.
But I didn't lock it. I don't even have a key. I asked the steward. He was going to bring me one, but he never came back.
Someone locked it.
Find the steward. He needs to bring me the key immediately.
Down. Sir, I'll see what I can do.
Stand. Back in my compartment.
All right, just wait here. He doesn't make a very balanced impression, and he, of all people, isn't bothered by a robbery in his own museum.
Suspicious.
The little label on the door, Baroness von Trebitz. Blue blood on the Orient Express.
Yes, what is it?
Whoever that is, James, ask them whether they found my purse and then closed the door. The noise on this driving me crazy.
You're missing a purse. Was it stolen?
At the very least, I cannot find it, sir.
It was stolen.
When was the last time the Baroness saw her purse?
What?
In Zurich, on the platform, sir.
I just asked where you last saw your purse.
In Zurich on the platform. James, tell him that I still had it when I got out to stretch my legs.
The Baroness says...
Maybe you lost it there.
What? The Baroness never loses anything, sir.
I never lose anything.
Very well then. I shall be on the lookout for your purse. If I might ask you a few questions about your fellow passengers.
I thought he was looking for my purse. James, tell him to look for my purse.
The Baroness wishes that you search for her purse.
But couldn't we perhaps... All right. First, the purse. I will have a look around.
Thank you, sir.
Suspicious.
I don't believe it. I never thought I'd ever meet you.
Pardon me, but we'd prefer...
All right, Miss Miller. I'd like to speak to the inspector.
Unfortunately, just a constable, Lady Westmacott. I'm reading The Vicarage in the Mirror right now, for the 5th time at least.
That's nice, Constable...
Zellner. Anton Jakob Zellner.
This is my companion, Miss Miller.
A pleasure. May I ask what you're doing here? Are you on holiday?
Holiday? Yes, so to speak. The first and last holiday of my life.
Madam?
I've been writing since I was a little girl. It became my job, and now I've stopped. So, this must be a holiday.
You quit? Impossible. I have all of your books. Your Detective Partout is my favorite character.
Then I have bad news for you. I killed the old wretch off years ago.
I don't understand.
I'd rather not discuss my work, Constable.
Oh, well, fine. Are you traveling to Istanbul, Lady Westmacott?
No, we are on our way to Venice. From there, we will take a ship to Cairo. As you may know, I have a penchant for archaeology. I fund a few excavations in Egypt. I traveled to by ship as a young woman. And now I'm doing it again as an old woman.
I see. As a writer, you must be very observant. Am I right? I mean, you have to study the behavior of people around you, the characters in your novels, don't you?
I solved the mystery of human nature a long time ago, Mr. Zellner. Since then, most people just bore me.
Really? I had the impression you were eyeing me suspiciously as I came in.
What do you want to know, Constable?
Notice the man who just walked into the next carriage with a cup of tea?
I did. He seemed nervous. He was waiting at the bar for the steward, and since the steward never appeared, he elected to help himself. He took biscuits.
He's pretty young, but he's already a professor at the British...
Interesting. I'll have to talk to him later. Just out of courtesy, of course.
Of course. Did you notice the blonde man with the violin case?
I certainly did. He introduced himself, tried to make a good impression. People like him are drawn to wealth and fame, like moths to a flame.
But his charms failed on you.
I know him by name. Vid Kreutzer. He was a drain on my friend's purse.
Do you think he has a money problem?
People like him always have a money problem. No matter how much you give them, they always spend twice as much and complain that they have far too little.
Did you notice anyone else? What about the doctor or the...
I noticed that you about one, except for the inspector who went in the freight car a few minutes ago. Isn't that the Frenchman who made his name when he caught the Raven?
I wouldn't quite say caught.
Well, shot. Why don't you ask me about him and my theory about what he's doing here?
I don't think we should discuss Inspector Legrand's investigation in public.
Legrand, right. That was his name. Will he save the day again? Or will you, Constable?
There's something else A passenger's purse has gone missing. I suppose you haven't seen it.
I'm sorry, Constable Zellner. As you know, deal with murder, not burglary.
Maddie is good at finding things.
I'll go and do that now. As much as I like to keep working, duty calls.
You were right.
Madam?
I did observe you as you came in. You seemed so eager.
It's a long time since I've had a chance to prove myself, madam.
And this is it. Your chance.
I do hope so.
Then grab it. Even small people can make big changes, as my friend Ronald likes to say.
I shall do my best. Mrs. Miller made a good impression. She won't take Lady Westmacott from me, a pushy admirer. Very diligent, but she does seem a little nervous. I imagine she has her work cut out at, and a difficult boss from what they say. Mrs. Miller? Did you notice anything unusual on the train?
Oh, afraid not. I was totally focused on my work.
She's always got an awful lot to do, my Mary.
You have to tell me if that's not all right with you.
Good Lord, child. Knit as much as you want.
So, nothing out of the ordinary.
No, Constable.
The little boy, Matt, he's your son?
Oh, yes. Has he done something?
No, I've already met him. Clever little fellow.
We always call him Professor because he's so precocious. If only someone could just drive the mischief out of him.
Goodbye, Mrs. Miller.
Goodbye, Constable.
The steward must have forgotten the toothpicks. Normally he would offer them discreetly after dinner. An extraordinary woman. Talented, intellectually rich, and the most successful writer of all time. Yet, they say she can be difficult on occasion, and that she's rather unhappy.
I can hear it through my headset.
Mr.
Zellner.
Right. How can I help you?
Tell me, did you notice anything suspicious here on the train or in Zurich?
You mean, except for the fact that my suitcase was stolen on the platform? No. Is there any reason to be concerned?
No, just routine.
Constable Zellner, please don't think I'm naive. I spotted the inspector from Interpol. Legarde is his name, if I recall correctly.
Legrand.
If you say so. At the train station in Zurich, he put a cash box into the safe. Kept closed as it was loaded onto the train. Don't tell me that a man at his pay grade routinely tramps across the Alps just to keep an eye on cash boxes.
A cash box? Like the ones you'd find in safe deposit boxes?
Precisely. And I believe we both have a good idea just what's inside.
I do indeed have a theory, but what's yours?
A ruby was stolen in London. One of the legendary Eye Sphinx. The second jewel, an emerald, is rumored to be in a Swiss bank vault, if I remember correctly. Both jewels were supposed to be exhibited together in Cairo for the first time in 50 years. It does make one wonder.
Indeed. Any news about the robbery in London?
Quite something, wasn't it? It must have been professionals. The way they enabled one of the best security in the world. Most impressive.
People were injured.
Well, one cannot execute a robbery of that scale without collateral damage. It seems like the Raven has finally found a worthy successor. We can look forward to new and spectacular coups.
I'm afraid I won't enjoy his exploits this time around if the new Raven is so reckless.
That's your prerogative.
May I borrow your newspaper?
You can take the section with the article on the burglary. You're interested in that, aren't you?
You caught me out.
Here you go.
Dankeschön. There's something else. Do you know where the conductor is?
I'd like to know that myself. I told him to search for my missing suitcase in Zurich. He hasn't got back to me yet. He's probably in cahoots with the thieves and didn't bother getting back on the train. If we don't crack down on vermin like them, the rabble will rule the world one day.
Well, at the moment, we still don't know what really happened.
He is not here doing his job. That's bad enough.
I meant to ask, the Baroness is missing her purse.
A Baroness? This train is really full of the creme de la creme. The Queen of Crime is over there, and now a Baroness as well.
Have you seen the purse?
Unfortunately, no. Do you know Lady Westmacott? You were talking to her.
Well, I'm an admirer of her work.
Like so many others. I once read in the newspaper that only Shakespeare and the Bible sell more copies than her crime novels.
I read that too.
She must be filthy rich. As a doctor, I'd have to work 1,000 years to earn that kind of money.
Auf Wiedersehen, Dr. Gebhardt.
Goodbye, Constable. It was a pleasant chat, really.
Interesting.
Butterscotch. I've loved them since I was a child. Their only drawback, they don't play nice with false teeth. Maybe if I just suck it. I suppose the steward won't object to me having a look around in his absence.
What?
Pad on which the steward writes orders. Empty. Maybe he didn't use it because there's not much to do today. The steward probably uses the scissors on hard-to-open packages. These days, nearly everything is sealed up tight. A colleague recently told me about dry powdered soup in small bags. I couldn't believe it. Perhaps he keeps the compartment keys in there. Locked. Where could he be? I don't have, but the pencil might come in handy. A shortwave radio. It's amazing how small these things have become in the last 10 years.
Oh, I got an achievement for that. Music lover.
A shortwave radio. It's amazing how small these things have become in the last 10 years.
I just wanted to hear that again. Okay. I think we're pretty much done over here.
I'd better let him read his newspaper if I don't have any pins.
About to say, can we not go this way? Oh. Okay. Okay. So, let's go back, talk to Matt. I'll probably work my way down the train here. Trying to figure out how to get out of here. Alright, that's how. Zoe. Come on, get moving. Better talk to them.
We trains. We don't just have a lot of railroads. We have the most beautiful ones in the world. Should I ask for an autograph? That would be quite unprofessional. But on the other hand,
I don't even know what I picked up. Hey, what's this? Wait. Bills.
pills for my heart. I'm supposed to take one if I have trouble. My daughter insisted I take them with me. She was strongly against this little adventure and about to change my mind.
Okay.
I bought it last week at a flea market. I like it because it tells us I suppose the previous owner bought himself a newer one. This one still works just fine though. The wooden are packed into small paper wrappers. Nothing.
Professor, why are you on the door? It's locked. You're not going to get in.
Drops. The calming herbal liqueur for women. A glass a day. It relaxes the nerves and maintains domestic tranquility. Luna's Drops, if you don't want to bother your husband.
That's a little funny.
A story about the upcoming Oscars and Cleopatra's chances of winning. An incredible feat. They built the largest movie set of all time in Rome. And because of the main actress's many illnesses, several changes of director and months of delays, cost shot to over $40 million. The most expensive movie ever made. A record never to be broken. Let's see if there's any news. Blah, 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 blah. Eye of this. One of two priceless jewels, extraordinary pure ruby, 2000 BC, etc., etc. Old news. And here, shocking burglary. Professional thieves surprised by museum guard Charles and Constable Oliver of Scotland. Explosion? Not really anything new. One of the two eyes of ruby that's nearly 4,000 years old was stolen from the British Museum. The burglar was surprised, but managed to escape with his loot recognized. exist. That's the official story. But it says nothing about Legrand and the second eye.
We'll probably get back to the paper in a little while. Let's go try and talk to some more people. See if we can't find any more things to examine. Wait, I could open the window. Go back.
So kind as to close. I don't want to sit in the draft.
Oh, pardon me.
Okay, you didn't like that.
The large map shows the different routes of the Orient Express. This train began in Paris and ends in Istanbul as usual. Unfortunately, it will make most of its journey without me. This is the first car. The coal tender should be directly beyond this door. In front of it, the engine.
Okay, so that is the front. Oh. Alright.
The ladder leads up to the roof. It will be suitable to climb up there while the train is at full speed. The wind, tunnels... No, I'll stay down here. I strongly suspect that the door is locked. No, it's open. Hello? Wow.
Don't move a muscle, you feathered fiend.
Put the gun down, Robert. If I may introduce Constable Robert Oliver from the yard. This is the revered Constable Zellner of the Swiss police, who obviously couldn't control his curiosity.
I hope you'll acknowledge that I, as a Swiss policeman, can undertake investigations in my own country.
Are we still in Switzerland?
I could be your eyes on the train as long as you're here in the freight car.
Oh, really?
There is a certain Professor Lucien on the train. He's an archaeologist from London.
And what's his story?
Well, it seems someone locked him out of his compartment.
Locked him out?
Well, yes. The door is locked and he's standing outside without a key.
Was it locked from inside?
It may have been. Do you think the locked door could be important?
Professor Lucien plays an important role in this story. Well then, Constable Zellner, be my eyes and ears on the train and see that Professor Lucien gets back into his compartment. Report back to me when you're through.
My pleasure, monsieur. And then there's the Baroness. She's missing her purse.
Baroness von Trebitz. Interesting.
Indeed, sir.
But it has nothing to do with our case.
So I shouldn't concern myself with the matter.
Why not? It's your job as a policeman. But don't expect me to be particularly interested in a lost purse.
Constable Robert Oliver. Is it possible that I read your name in the newspaper?
Could be, sir. Could very well be.
Robert was there when the first Eye of the Sphinx was stolen.
Why were you in the museum? Did you spot something from outside?
Well, sir, I noticed that a door was ajar, which was suspicious. And it was my duty to investigate, sir.
Scotland Yard gave him a commendation and assigned him to me as a liaison.
A great honor, sir.
You want to set a trap for someone. What do you know of this Raven's heir?
He tried to blow me up.
Robert, we don't know who we're dealing with yet.
In any event, the new Raven is a more dangerous man than the old one.
How do you know it's a man? It could just as easily be a woman.
Or several men.
And anyway, how do you know that it's a new Raven?
Monsieur?
Never mind.
I go attend to the door now.
Good. And, Constable Zellner?
Yes?
Don't bother us, unless you have something new to report.
Of course. A thief might get anxious if there's too much activity in the freight car.
Exactement. Knock twice. Then we'll know that it's you.
Understood. An investigation on behalf of Legrand that takes me one step closer. If I can convince him of my competence, I might even be able to see this case through to the end.
Oh, cool. Return of the Raven. Babe, go to sleep. You gotta work tomorrow.
Tomorrow's payday.
I suppose it is Thursday since it's 3 in the morning. And you should be asleep.
I like the book. It describes life in a small English village. The characters are lifelike, and you can tell that it's based on the author's own experiences. John Surtees won the Formula One World Championship for the first time on Saturday. He also won the World Championship in motorcycle racing from 1956 to 1960, making him the only man in motorsports to win World Championships in both motorcycle and Formula One events. Not really my cup of tea. Too loud, too fast, too much exhaust.
Yeah, I guess it was the last of it that we didn't read. Okay. Where's Matt? Is Matt in the compartment?
You can easily lock the compartment door from inside by turning a little knob.
But I didn't lock it.
Professor, if you had locked the door from in there, you wouldn't be out here.
That's true.
I don't believe that... It's no use. The bolt is too short to get a good grip on it. Perhaps a thoughtful conductor noticed that Professor Lucien wasn't in his compartment and locked it.
But where's the conductor?
Professor Lucien?
Yes? Do you have the key?
Actually, I wanted...
Please, I have to go back to my compartment.
The Baroness seems to have a special personality. I better not bother her to find her purse. I think it's uncomfortable for her when I talk to her in front of Lady Westmacott. She seems to take it as an inappropriate distraction from her work, although she's just knitting. Taking up a craft like that is typical of women who were told as little girls that idleness in. I think it's uncomfortable for her in front of Lady Westmacott. She seems to take it as an inappropriate distraction from her work, although she's just knitting. Taking up a craft like that is typical of women who were told as little girls that idleness is a sin. Excuse me, Westmacott.
Come, Zelda. How can I help you?
I was wondering if you might...
Sign your book, Constable Zelda?
If it isn't too much of an inconvenience.
Of course it's an inconvenience, but only a small one.
Only a small one.
You are welcome.
Thank you so very much. Another time. Farewell, Westmacott.
Constable?
But where is Matt?
I may trouble you once more. A passenger is missing her purse. Perhaps you've seen it.
There are thieves on the train.
It's been missing for some time now. Probably since Zurich.
The Swiss don't let go of money easily, do they? Pardon me. No, I have the purse.
Have a good trip.
Thank you.
The train covers a distance of more than 3,000 kilometers. It stops at a dozen places. In many cities, they entertain the travelers with local specialities and culture and adventure, especially in southeastern Europe. have no reason to bother the violinist. He can stay in the stuffy hay if he prefers. I have no reason to bother the violinist. He can stuffy hay if he prefers. The violinist is a good-looking fellow, and he's traveling through the most beautiful mountain landscape in the world. But one can only hope that his violin is better tuned than he.
Sorry about the snoring. Ow.
The bolt is too short to get a good grip on it. I'm at a loss without a key or a proper tool. The bolt is too short to get a good grip. I'm at a loss without a key or a proper tool. The bolt is too short to get a good grip on it. I'm at a loss with a key or a proper tool. The door is locked. I'm at a loss without a key or a proper tool. I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock. I'll leave the scissors here. If I need them, I know where to find them. I need a bit of wire or something like that to pick the lock. This is the steward's own little kingdom. But as long as he's not around, he won't be upset if I take him. This is the steward's own little kingdom. But as long as he's not around, he won't be upset if I look. This is the steward's own little kingdom. But as long as he's not around, he won't be upset if I take a look.
Come on.
I'd better let him read his newspaper if I don't have any pressing questions. I made the acquaintance of Dr. Gebhardt on the platform in Zurich. I think it's uncomfortable to talk to her in front of Lady Westmacott. She seems to take it as an inappropriate distraction from her work, although she's just knitting. Taking up a craft like that is typical of women who were told as little that idleness is a sin.
Can't give you a toothpick.
The Baroness have a special personality. I'd better not bother to find her purse. First, I'd better see about getting the door open, and then have another talk with the professor. Doesn't seem like I'll get anything out of it as long as the door is still locked. I have no love of the violinist. forest. He can stay in the stuffy air if he prefers.
Access aren't there either. See what I'm missing here, and then I'll be right back, okay?
When I scratch the pencil's lead with scissors, I get fine graphite. I won't get a Nobel Prize for the but graphite powder bring out fingerprints at a pinch.
I totally missed that box.
Headlock. I suppose it contains tools for the train's crew, maybe for coupling and uncoupling the cars. At any rate, it's positioned so that it's easier to ground than from up here. Lock.
Bang! Bang! Don't move!
Matt, have you...
I'll Hey, my pistol!
You'll get it back in Venice. I fallen under the wheels.
I thought you were a ghost.
Ghosts don't exist.
They do too. One just flew past the window.
Yes, sure. Now get moving.
Oh, man.
Constable? My son didn't make any trouble for you. It's just that he just walked past us, silent and seething. That's usually a sign that someone's laid down the law.
I'm afraid so. He played a trick on me, a rather dangerous one. The left take a will as a punishment.
I understand. And thank you. Maddie is a very lively child. He needs a strong fatherly hand.
Where is Matt's father, if I may ask?
He's gone.
Ah, I understand.
Could you, leave Maddie's pistol here, perhaps? To bother with it?
Of course. I told him he wouldn't get it back until Venice.
Very well. Thank you again, Constable.
I think it's uncomfortable for her when I talk to her in front of Lady Westmacott. She seems to take it as an inappropriate distraction from her work, although she's just knitting. Taking up a craft like that is typical of women who were told as little girls that it is a sin. Hello, Matt. Oh, come on. Are you going to be angry with the rest?
Until I get my pistol back.
Gave it to your mother.
Oh, just raked me over this.
Wouldn't anything from that?
I didn't learn anything from this either.
Would you like a butterscotch?
You think you can bribe me?
I have no reason to. You made trouble and got punished for it. Take it as a peace offering.
Just 4?
Then you, there'll only be 3.
Hey!
Friends again?
Mm-hmm.
All right then. And no dangerous nonsense anymore.
Okay.
Your mother is Westmacott's companion, correct?
Yeah, but it's not like you think. At first I thought, boy, you must be really wicked if you need to pay for friends. But the lady's really okay. A bit odd and really old. Other than that, she's great. She likes me.
The lady has peculiar taste.
Hey!
You and your mother, do you both live on Lady Westmacott's estate?
I'm only there for the holidays. Most of the time I'm at boarding school.
I imagine that's not very pleasant.
No, it's fine. Friendly's so quiet in the lady's house, and I'm not allowed to bring any friends.
Such a big house. So many places to hide, and no one to play hide with.
You said it.
And how long has your mother, lady?
2 years.
And your father? What does he do?
He stayed home. I used to go fishing with him, and hunting. He even let me shoot a real gun.
And then?
Then Mom fought with him, and he left. I was 7.
Oh, and how old are you now?
In 8 months, I'll be 9 years old.
And do you already know what you want to be when you grow up? A burglar?
No, we'll see. Maybe an actor.
Really? Well, I don't know. You need a lot of talent for that. I'm an actor in a theater group, you know?
You are?
Oh, yes. And I'm one of the best in our group, if I may say so. I get really deep into my roles, you know? I don't just talk like the character. I think like him. I become him. It's the only way to... Matt, are you okay?
I think you just have to be good at copying things to be an actor.
That wasn't bad. Disturbing, but not bad. Tell me, have you seen the steward anywhere?
No. He was walking around a little while ago, though.
Hopefully they didn't forget him in Zurich.
What's to do?
I'm looking for a key to open an apartment door.
Did you check his things behind the counter?
I'm sure the drawers will be locked.
Can't you break it open? The lock, like...
Perhaps. But I'd need a piece of wire or something like that.
Ask my mom. She has a lot of hairpins. She doesn't like the wind messing up her hair.
Thanks for the... And the second over there is missing her purse. Do you have any idea? B?
Do I? That guy over there with the violin case?
What?
He picked up something in Zurich and put it in his violin case. Yeah. He made sure that nobody saw him.
But you saw him?
Uh-huh.
What it was?
Nah, not really. But now that I think of it, it must have been the Baroness's purse.
I should look into it, shouldn't I?
I think so.
So long.
So longer.
The kid's not under path anymore. I don't think he'll be causing any more trouble. For the next half hour, anyway.
Power.
What
Are you not gonna...
Didn't I make myself clear? The window stays closed.
You're not alone on this train. I want the window open.
Swiss politeness doesn't seem to be what it used to be. I'm not going to catch a cold because of you. Go somewhere else if you don't like it.
What I... Violin case is pretty old, but that doesn't say anything about the quality of violin. The best violins are in the oldest cases. The violinist will let me have a look in his case.
It stays closed.
I didn't come because of the window. I'd like to take a look at your violin case.
This is all too much. Fuss about the window and now you want my violin case.
Well, that's how it is.
Absolutely. Get yourself a warrant or whatever. Adieu.
But
Adieu.
I think the violinist is hiding something. But to be sure that Matt was right, I have to get a look in the violin case. How can I do that without the violinist? I'd like to ask her, but nothing would justify my duties here on the train. Mrs. Miller?
Yes?
Please excuse my unusual request, but Matt said you have... Could I borrow one?
One of my hairpins?
It's a long story. It would be a big help.
Well, if you really need one.
Go ahead, Mary. The constable won't do it any harm. Will you, Mr. Zep?
Of course not, madam.
Is this one okay?
It'll do nicely, madam. How very... Mrs. Miller.
Goodbye, Constable.
And suddenly, it's me on the train. Psst, that was easier than expected. Batteries, a toothbrush, brush, but just this one. Too small for, but it still be. The box is secured with a padlock. I won't be able to open it without a key. That's it. There we go. This should help. To get a good grip on it, but it pliers from the toolbox. I bet I could really get a grip on the bolt with these.
Well, come on then, hurry up.
Hello?
I barely left the window ajar.
Nothing to see.
Ah.
Are you okay?
Yes, fine.
Do you have any idea why the door locked?
I don't know. Maybe the constant vibrations caused the lock to lock itself.
You can't possibly believe that.
What theory?
Look at it from the outside. On the other, it one here in the compartment who locked the door inside.
Who? And where have they gone?
They could have climbed out there.
Who would be that insane?
For me, Professor. So, what are you hiding in your bag? What do you have that would be worth stealing?
No, nothing.
No valuables?
Certainly not. Not on my salary.
It was enough for a first-class compartment on a luxury train.
That's my business.
You're playing a dangerous game, Professor Lucien. I'd like to look around a bit.
Of course.
Assuming there really was someone in the compartment, he climbed out the window. Where's he gone? I really wonder what the professor is hiding from me. But I can't just rifle through the luggage of innocent citizens. This is the 60s. The Bible, Miss Fairy Tales, Moby Dick, and gin, whiskey, and rum. All classics. No, nothing interesting. Whoa. That's a very nice fountain. Privacy.
If you'd managed to decode hieroglyphics that boggled the best minds of the last 3,000 years, you'd have received a gift like that as well.
What's there? It's a button. From a suit or a uniform, I guess.
The burglar must...
Maybe. Or maybe not. I notice anyone putting a button on his jacket, I'll ask him about it. But I wouldn't get my hopes up. If there was a burglar, he climbed out the window and jumped off the train.
Yes?
God's
Thanks.
The view's due a few minutes ago.
Interest. He just disappeared again.
I'd better let him read his newspaper if I don't have any pressing questions. Inspector Legrand?
Anything to report?
Professor Lucien into his compartment using a pair of...
Did you notice anything inside?
The window was open. Someone could have climbed out.
And
Suspiciously. He rummaged around in his leather bag.
And?
He seemed to have found what he was searching for.
Good. Good work.
Now, perhaps you need some information.
All right. We should...
What? The light's gone out.
Flashlights! Ah! Get off me! My dear Nico, you should take a closer look at the bar.
What the dickens? It's a...
Away with it! Take cover!
Everyone all right? Hurt? Quick thinking. Well done, Zellner.
New pictures unlocked.
I think the tunnel collapsed.
Then he's trapped. Hurry, we have to lock the second exit.
There's a fire up ahead. The engine's burning.
It's a distraction. Hurry, block the exit.
But sir...
The fire will consume all the oxygen.
He's right, Inspector. A fire in a narrow tunnel is extremely dangerous.
Merde! Go to the front of the train, find the engineer, and tell him to move the train out of the tunnel.
Yes, sir.
Are you ready? You have to uncouple the freight car. You understand?
I understand.
I'll see to the passengers. They should all wait in the tunnel. We'll check each one in turn as they go out.
Let's get to it.
We're not gonna go find that first.
The wheels came off the track during the explosion. Even if it were possible to pull the car out of the rubble, you wouldn't get far with it. The inspector's trap failed. The thief must have got wind of it. Worse than that, he turned the tables. To win a game of cat and mouse, you have to know who is the cat and who is the mouse. I'm sure I could uncouple the car if I only had enough light to see what I'm doing. I bought it last week, second-hand. I liked it. It was set.
Find a flashlight. A lot was damaged by the sudden stop, but the bowl was thick enough to survive the fall.
My God, what a fire. I hope Constable Oliver can at least reach the engine. The last of the candy has vanished. Measured against the exploding freight car, I think the railway will overlook the loss.
Oh, pardon me. I did not know you.
Did anyone act suspiciously before the explosion? Did anyone leave their seat, for example?
I was the only one on the train seated when the freight car exploded. Thank God. Otherwise, I would have been caught by the blast as well.
You certainly were lucky.
Perhaps I was. What happened over there? The inspector said something about gas canisters exploded.
He didn't want to scare you. The truth is, it was a bomb meant to kill him and the boss.
My God. An attack? But who would...
Investigations wing, but first we have to get the burning train out of the tunnel.
Oh, of course.
What exactly are you doing here?
Legrand asked me to check whether there are any passengers left on the train.
Really? No one is here, except for me and you.
Excellent. I will continue searching at the end.
How are the passengers?
They are in a state of shock, of course. The blackout and the sudden stop were frightening enough, but then the ocean, the dust, everyone rushed for the exits. I was helping the American woman bring Lady Westmacott to safety. They are waiting outside in the tunnel. One entrance is blocked by a fire, and the other one seems to have collapsed.
Continue to search the train. I'll decouple the buried freight car.
All right.
Doctor? Can you give me a few matches?
Oh, certainly.
Thanks. I'll meet you out.
Do hurry.
Oh.
I don't see Legrand or the constable, but I can make out the silhouettes of some of the passengers. They seem to be unscathed. All the same, the fire is getting bigger, and I don't have much time. The chair either fell over thanks to the sudden stop, or an escaping passenger knocked it over. Wanting to get off the train as quickly as possible after a sudden stop and a massive tremor, that's understandable. I noticed the extinguisher earlier. Doesn't match the decor. I suppose that the railway company had to comply with safety regulations at the cost of aesthetics. It'd be useless against the fire out there, and it's too cumbersome to carry around. At best, I can use it here. I can feel cold metal and a screw thread, and a lot of grease, but I can't do more without light. There's a noticeable draft here. Maybe it's because of the fire, or perhaps there's still a hole through which the air is coming. The latter will be quite welcome. It will buy us some more time. I can feel cold metal and a screw thread, and a lot of grease, but I can't do more. I can feel, but I can't. Okay, I'll smear some grease on the curtain. I'm sure I can uncouple the car if I only... I'm sure I can It's still quite warm and too warped to open. Nothing. It'd be blown out right away. I better save the matches. There's a pretty intense draft here. The fire is sucking up the oxygen. Even if I could set the fabric alight, how would I carry the fire? The last of the candy has vanished. Measured against the exploding car, I think the railway will overlook the loss. I should concentrate on uncoupling the freight car. I'm positive that Legrand has everything else under control. I should concentrate on uncoupling the freight. Must be good for something. The grease from the coupling is all over the curtain. It'll never be clean again. It'd be useless against the fire out there, and it's too cumbersome to carry around. At best, I can use it here.
Achoo! Achoo!
Carling Black Label, a British beer. Champagne, the finest. Maybe we'll open a bottle if we get out of the tunnel alive. Until then, though, it's no use to me. Whiskey, scotch, rum, liqueurs, enough to entertain everyone on the train all the way from Paris to Istanbul. High-proof rum. Could be useful. Some matches and rum from Austria. Believe it or not, it's 80% alcohol by volume. There's no way anyone would drink it straight. I filled the bowl about a third of the way with rum. Phew, strong stuff. I filled the bowl about a third of the way with rum. Phew, strong stuff. Just as I expected, the alcohol burns with an almost invisible flame. The temperature at the tip of the flames from the alcohol should be high enough to set fire to the oil and grease on the curtain, and thus the curtain as well. But if it works, I better not be holding it in my bare hands. The fire is sucking the oxygen out of the tunnel and filling it with poisonous carbon monoxide. Here in the Alps there have been dozens of catastrophes in tunnels that ended with death by asphyxiation. But not on my watch.
Can I not get like another piece of curtain or something?
It's not bothering me, I'll leave it there. Must be good for something. All right, let's go. It's taking too long. Time is running out. The temperature at the tip of the flames from the alcohol should be high enough to set fire to the oil and grease on the curtain, and thus the curtain as well. But if it works, I better not be holding it in my bare hands. The flame is hot, but it's no use as a light source. I'm the god of fire.
Sure you are. Prometheus.
That's better now. A lever on a pressure sleeve running along the thread. Incredibly basic mechanism, the kind that lasts forever. Aha! I can uncouple it with this lever. Okay. There we go. Time to get out of here.
Listen, everybody! Listen! Robert, what's the situation?
Yeah, I couldn't find the engineer, so I got in the driver's cab myself and released the brake.
All right. Good job. You too. Listen, please.
Matty! Where's Matt? Where's my son?
Relax, madame. I'm sure...
Help! Matty! No!
Matt, where are you? Oh.
My picture unlocked. Sprinter.
Matt, are you there? Nothing.
He got the runaway train.
The engine and the coal tender are burning stronger and hotter. The airflow is feeding the flames. I have to decouple the wagons immediately. Sooner or later, the engine will be blown apart. Hey, there you are. What were you thinking? Come out of there.
Is he gone?
Is who gone?
The man!
What man?
There was a man. He was coughing.
One of the passengers?
I think he came down from the roof.
What are you doing on the train anyway? Why didn't you wait in the tunnel with the other passengers?
I wanted to get my pistol.
You stole.
If there's so many cops and thieves and explosions and everything, then I need a pistol too.
Makes sense. All right. First, I'll stop the train, and then we'll have a chat, okay? You want to come out? Good idea. You stay put. I can't get in. I presume the Baroness's luggage toppled over and is blocking the door. Professor Lucien's suitcase. Unlike the leather bag, he left it behind when he fled the train with the other passengers. What have you got yourself into? Couldn't you have just let it be? But no, of course not. And now you're here, on an out-of-control train in the Alps, responsible for the life of a child who'd be doomed without you. What are you waiting for, eh? Time to save the day. My situation isn't that desperate. If there's anything interesting in it, whatever the professor is hiding from me, it's in his leather bag. They see out of the window because of the smoke. I don't know how much coal is burning on the tender up there, but it must be tons. I can't do anything about the fire. This door leads to the tender. It will be uncomfortable, no doubt, but I don't think that the flames are directly behind the door. I suppose there's a relatively safe space in the lee of the tender where one could stay a little while. I need to stop the train as quickly as possible. There's nothing I can do about the coal fire. I need to stop the train as quickly as possible.
Okay, so you won't go that way.
An axe is for emergencies. If this isn't an emergency, I don't know what is.
Oh, hey. What's the lever do? Is this supposed to help stop it?
Damn, that makes things extremely complicated. How can I stop the train? The emergency brake either was damaged in the explosion or was sabotaged. But whatever, it's not working. I think I should try to uncouple the engine. I mean, how else can I stop the train? A steam locomotive is controlled chaos. Fire, hot steam, enormous pressure, all kept in check by tons of steel. A runaway steam locomotive is a bomb waiting to explode. If the emergency brake doesn't work, I'll have to try something else. Here goes. Ouch! Hot! The handle is already too hot to touch. Okay, we'll do it the hard way. Works as a wedge to keep the door closed. The smoke isn't just toxic, it also contains coal particles and flying sparks. If any of it gets into my lungs or eyes, I'll be out of action. I must protect myself from the smoke before trying to open the door again. Saw something. It could prove to be very useful, but if I don't stop the train soon, I won't be able to use that information in this lifetime. Jumping off is not an option. We're going much too fast. Jumping off is not an...
And you won't grow anymore. Where's the chair? So we can still go back in this one.
A large, soft towel. Very comfortable. I'll wrap it around my neck to keep my hands free. The tanks don't seem to be damaged. The water is still running. When the high and mighty travel, they travel in style. If I go outside with a towel around my head, it'll catch fire due to all the sparks flying around. I don't want little hair I have left. If I go outside with a towel on my head, it'll catch fire due to all the sparks flying around. I don't want to risk what little hair I have left.
Can't look at the suitcase.
It's soaking up the cold water. should do the trick. The coupling won't release because it's under too much tension. The engine is pulling the cars and its full force is acting on the coupling. It's just a hook, but it won't budge like that. The engine is pulling the cars and its full force is acting on the coupling. It's just a hook, but it won't budge like that. I bought it second-hand last week. A new one must have replaced. That's not just smoke. I can actually taste lump ash. It's time for my deputy sheriff's story. I uncoupled the locomotive at full speed. Not bad, eh?
Do you think we'll get in trouble?
Because of the locomotive? I don't think so. It was pretty old already. Come out so we can have a chat. I checked the entire train. There's no one on it except for us. What an adventure.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me, what did you see on the train?
Well, it was like this. I wanted to get my
Hero of
pistol.
the hour. You saved Matt. You're a hero. Whee! Yay! Oh, are we playing as Matt now?
That's you.
And then?
When the guy was gone, I got up and banged on the window. I wanted to get out of there, but then I thought, what if the guy can hear me from the next car? So I got scared, and I hid again.
You did well. The envelope that the man lost, where is it?
I thought it might be important.
I think we should have a look. Some cash, an Italian passport, blank. Very interesting. And here, a ticket for
the cruise!
What?
The tickets we have for the big ship from Venice to Cairo look exactly the same.
Interesting. May I keep it?
What do you want to do with it?
Take a vacation.
It's evidence.
And my chance to go with you.
The ticket and everything else in the envelope are part of my investigation. And you have no part to play.
If I hadn't given you the envelope, you'd have known that heir would be on the ship.
Ugh. The ship is his next chance to steal the eye. And he won't give up until he has it.
And that's precisely why you should let me come along.
No.
What else did you find out in the tunnel?
Not much. After we came out of the tunnel, Robert and I questioned the passengers.
Which didn't turn up anything new.
No, the engineer and the fireman were missing. They were found a few kilometers back on the track. Both claimed to have been overwhelmed by a shadow and thrown off the train.
But you don't believe that.
I'm checking their stories. One of them may have been paid to eliminate the other one.
How could the Raven's heir have found out about the trap? How was he able to put the dynamite in the box and place the letter?
The dynamite was probably already in the box when I put it in the safe. I didn't check it.
You had reason to do so.
It wasn't my only mistake. I knew someone was on the roof of the freight car, but I let myself be distracted by that damned letter.
How did you know?
Too late. I should have reacted instantly.
And what about the ship? I have earned the right to join you.
What you did was extraordinary. Far more than anyone could have expected from you.
And you still want to leave me behind?
You met our foe and barely escaped with your life. You may not be that lucky next time.
It wasn't luck.
You can return to Switzerland with your head held high. Enjoy your triumph.
I have not achieved anything yet. The Fiend tried to kill us, and he's still at large.
You got shit to say to that, do ya?
We're here.
Yeah. He told you. Cocky little thing. The arrogant has been played.
Inspector Legrand, an urgent telegram from Paris.
Bad news?
It's about the unfortunate events. I'm to return to Paris and explain myself.
But sir, what about the eye?
They want to inform the Egyptian authorities that there might be a burglary attempt.
Might?
Egyptian authorities? What if the jewel is stolen at sea?
I know. I never received it. Keep a close watch on the loading of the eye, Robert.
Aye, sir. It was a pleasure meeting you, Constable Zellner.
I hope you're aware of the fact that you're risking your career.
Indeed I am.
Why do you care so much about this case? Someone pretends to be the Raven, and you promptly risk your career?
What if he's not just pretending?
What do you mean by that?
It's writing. And there's only one person who ever called me Nico. Have you ever considered the possibility that I shot the wrong man?
But what do you mean by that?
Let us assume just for a moment that the person I shot and who fell from the roof was not the Raven. Who would have cared enough to uncover the truth? The chief of police, the politicians? No. They wanted to revel in a successful manhunt, and it was the best thing that could have happened to the Raven. The search for him was over. He had no reason to fear me anymore. I had so many medals afterwards that he could hear them jingling kilometers away.
And now he's back? And you're the only one who can stop him? Does that sound probable to you?
The feathers, the letters, Nico. No one outside the police force knew that the Raven used to call me that in his letters.
Policemen gossip, and there are plenty of forgers. You can't seriously intend to stake your reputation on such weak evidence.
My reputation rests on something that I probably did not do. I have to find out who's behind all this.
Let's review. One of the two most valuable jewels in the world was stolen. Obviously, the second one will be next. And you suspect a legendary burglar who's been dead for 5 years.
Go on.
The second jewel is about to be put on board over there, in a safe that requires 3 keys. Our thief may We have the first key, the archaeologist's key, from the train. We don't know anything about the status of the second key, which was meant to be air freighted to Cairo.
Assume that he already has it.
Therefore, there's just one key left, the Baroness's.
Correct.
So, you'll need my eyes on board.
Look, you can keep your eyes open for me here on the wharf. I'd be most grateful. But when this ship sets sail, you will not, I repeat, not be on board.
But, Inspector...
We're dealing with a dangerous man, and I will pursue him regardless of the consequences. I won't let you get mixed up in this affair.
It's still my decision.
No, it's not. It's mine, and I've already made it. Good day, Constable Zellner.
Oh, I guess I was supposed to talk to him about this. Oh well. Oh fuck.
I'll be marching up this no matter what. Someone has to stop that damn bomber before he endangers more people. I don't want to run into Legrand before I have something new to report. Otherwise, he'll send me back to shore. Amazing how much luggage there is for so few passengers, and I'd guess that 3/4 of it belongs to the women. Fine car, but nothing compared to the young lady who owns it. I'll take an inconspicuous look up close.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting anyone to be crawling around on the ground in front of my door.
Don't worry about it, miss. No harm done.
That's good to hear, Mr.
Zellner. Anton Jakob Zellner.
Taller than you.
May I ask your name?
Patricia Mayers.
Are you American?
I am. Could you help me, please?
Certainly. Are you on your way to Egypt?
Yes.
Are you on holiday?
My father works for a railroad company there.
And is country after the war. Wonderful.
Yep, wonderful. One more.
Jeez. Is that a rich American?
You're lucky to have a father who takes you to so many interesting places.
Oh, yes. Lucky me.
Aren't you interested in Egypt? The pyramids, the history.
I would have been more interested in a father who doesn't travel 300 days a year.
I'm sure your father regrets that he can't always be with you.
No doubt. And I'm sure he always wanted the best for me. But that doesn't stop him from thinking only about himself far too often. Bring my luggage on board, please.
Excuse me?
It was a pleasure meeting you, Constable Zellner.
Imprudent.
Look, way up there.
In my younger years, I might have considered abseiling from the crane down to the ship. But those days are long past.
Oh, where'd it go?
The sea is quiet today. Ideal cruise. Constable Oliver's be a little... But I don't a bad policeman. The way he hid in the tunnel and got the train, hats off. Hello, Constable Olivia.
It's Oliver.
I just wanted to say that you did a good job in the tunnel. How did you know how to get the train moving?
I come from a family of miners, and my uncle is an engine drum mine.
I see. And you looked over his shoulder.
Yeah, best way to learn.
Did Legrand tell you about his theory? That it could be the Raven?
Of course he did.
But the modus operandi doesn't fit at all. The Raven wasn't a bomber.
Feather. And the feather. That's his symbol.
Anyone can put a feather in an envelope.
You would know.
What's that supposed to mean?
It was you.
What was me?
You. Envelope on the safe.
To blow myself up?
You threw the bomb away, and now you're the famous hero, right? And the Raven must have paid you pretty well.
That is ridiculous.
Is it? Only you and I and Legrand were in the freight car. One of us must have put the envelope on the safe, Legrand, and I think about it.
I guess there's nothing else to really inspect over here.
Legrand has made up his mind. I can't change it with worth results. Is the doctor afraid to board the ship? Dr. Gebhardt.
Ah, hero of the hour.
The hero of the hour, but out of work soon.
Oh, you won't be a policeman anymore?
Yes, but on my old beat, which is almost as good as being out of work.
I understand.
Is your new job bothering you?
On the contrary, I wasn't sure whether I made the right decision until now. I'm from the Black Forest. There are only mountains there, no ships. But now, the salty breeze, the atmosphere, I think I want to stay at sea forever.
The sea is one thing, the passengers are another.
It will be okay.
Have you got a captain?
Mario Di Conti. Heard of him?
Should I have?
He is something of a star in Italy. A war hero. In the First War, when he was a young man, he sank more enemy ships than anyone else. In the Second World War, well, he had some personal problems.
You mean you buy in bottles and pillboxes?
You could say that. Anyway, sending him into combat was out of the question. They gave him a supply ship instead, and he became a hero again. His part convoy from Palermo, Africa, was the that made it, with an extra 100 seamen who the other ships.
Impressive.
To say his is rather shaky these days would be an understatement. I think most of my time on board will be spent dealing with his numerous ailments.
What do you know about the Baroness?
Nothing really.
Did you talk to her in the tunnel?
No. Her butler was looking after her, and I was busy with Miss Miller. As you can, it was a shock for her to see her son rolling away on a burning tree.
That's understandable.
So, we were all glad when we heard about your brave deed.
Well, there's nothing left for me to do but to wish you a good trip.
Oh, you are not coming with us?
Unfortunately, no. I'm to go back to Zurich.
What a pity.
Take care, Dr. Gebhardt.
Oh, I just remembered. We found these in the tunnel. Are they yours?
I'm afraid so.
Strophantine. Do you have heart problems? Maybe it's for the best that you're not coming along. Too much excitement. could be bad for your health.
If I don't do anything, I'll probably have a few more years to live.
That's right. Chin up.
Aww. That tells me you don't want to live for a few more years, apparently, since you just threw your pills in the water. Who might this be? Oh.
James? James! Where on earth are you?
Hello, Baroness.
Ah, Inspector.
Constable.
Poppycock. Won't be a constable much longer. When they find out how you rescued that little boy, they'll have to promote you to Inspector.
Very kind of you to say so, Baroness. I hope you survived the adventure in the tunnel unharmed.
Scandalous. You book a first-class cabin, and then you're walking on the rails. They wanted to bundle me off in a bus without luggage.
The circumstances, madam.
I insisted on a limousine and didn't leave until all my luggage was recovered.
I hope that the remainder of your trip to Cairo will be less stressful.
You aren't coming with us?
I'm afraid Inspector Legrand doesn't want my company.
Now, where's my damned butler? There you are. Is the inspector to carry my luggage onto the ship all by himself?
Well, actually... Baroness?
Baroness, can you hear me? She fainted.
No. No.
Baroness?
Again, harder.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Perhaps we should...
I'll get Dr. Gebhardt.
No, Doctor. Just a little moment of weakness. Your arm, James. Take me to the ship.
But of course, madam.
That was no moment of weakness. She saw something that shocked her, or someone. Very interesting, especially since she doesn't want to admit it. Who or did she see? Neither of them seems to have noticed what happened down here. You'll have a tough time with her. How does one get aboard without a ticket? Not brilliant, but it's a possibility.
Can I go back and look at the car? I guess I should her first. Okay. Are you supposed to take her luggage up there, you know? Got luggage, the American. Do you have luggage?
I'll give the opera glasses
yeah,
to the
have
Baroness or her butler, James, as soon as I have a chance.
Okay. I guess I don't have to grab the stuff to bring it up there. I mean, you're technically supposed to bring the American stuff up
Signore...
there anyways.
This is Constable Anton Zellner.
Signori Zellner,
I heard about your feats in the mountains. Welcome aboard the MS Lydia.
Thank you, Captain.
I didn't know you'd be taking part in the journey, but I'm glad to have you with us. I'll have a nice cabin prepared for you immediately.
The constable will not be joining us. He has other duties.
Oh, that's too bad. I would have loved to hear about his adventures from the man himself.
I'd like to accept your offer, but unfortunately, higher powers prevent it.
I am sorry to hear that. We are by no means full, and have plenty of room for one more passenger.
The constable just wants to have a quick look around and then leave before we set sail. When will that be?
Oh, in about 15 minutes.
There you have it, constable.
May I ask how to get to the cargo hold?
Oh, signori, there are much nicer places on board.
But I'm interested in the cargo hold.
Why is that?
One of the trunks seems suspicious to me. Someone could be hidden in it.
You? You want to imply that the most brilliant and probably richest thief in all of Europe is stowing away in a trunk? That's not his style.
That's what makes it more likely that it's not him, but a copycat who's behind all this. And a copycat's style might include doing whatever it takes, like hiding in a trunk if they've lost the ticket.
Oh, come now.
Actually, it would be possible for a registered passenger to board the ship without a ticket.
What do you mean?
You can't buy a ticket for the Lydia at the counter. You book the trip in advance. We know the names of all the passengers. As long as a passenger is on the guest list, we let them board the ship. Doesn't matter if they have a ticket or not.
And did any of the passengers board without a ticket?
I couldn't say. We ask for a name and check it on the list. The tickets are no more than souvenirs for the passengers.
So much for your trunk theory.
Regardless of what you say, I would still like to examine the cargo hold.
All right then, if you like. But we'll meet here again in 10 minutes. Captain De Conti, before we depart, I'd like to send 2 telegrams.
Certainly, Inspector. The cargo hold is over there. You can enter through a door on the forecastle. The horn will sound twice, 5 minutes before we set off. That's the signal for all the dock workers to leave the ship.
Understood, Captain.
Follow me to the bridge. You can send your telegrams from there.
My time is running out. If I don't find anything in the cargo hold, my cruise will be over before it even begins.
Why is he so amusing?
Oh no. Oh, what's this? Aha.
Let's say, how the fuck are you supposed to see? Oh. Oh.
If I go now, it's over for me. Legrand would be adamant that I leave the ship. I can't let it come to that.
Okay.
That's the young woman's cabriolet. Apparently they absolutely had to take it to Egypt, at Daddy's expense, of course.
But of course. What's over here?
Hello? Come on out. The game's up. I'm opening the trunk.
Nothing. They probably already escaped out
Hello?
of it. There's a save.
shards are... Phew. I startled too easily.
Yeah, that's sounding cringing.
Ouch! Damned... Ah! It would be best if no one found out about this.
Houdini.
There's some blood and hair stuck to the pipe. Hair I really can't afford to lose. I'll hold it on the blood-spattered end. After all, we already know who the victim is. The shot hit this crate. The question is, was the gunman actually trying to hit it? And if so, why? The cargo hold seems to be used as a changing room for the crew as well. Or at least the part of the crew that doesn't do their work in white suits. A detention cell for crew members? Or maybe for rowdy passengers? chair is the last thing I need right now. I was sitting long enough over there in the corner.
I guess that's about it down here, huh? Just gonna go back here.
Maybe the gunman just wanted to intimidate me. I can't imagine a more effective warning. It's too dark to make out anything inside the hole. I should take a closer look later.
Is that really it?
I can make out a corridor, but no details. The glass is too dirty, and there's no light in there. It's no use. The door seems to be locked from the other side. Rear pressure bulkheads usually only open from one side. So if a room were flooded, a drowning sailor wouldn't be able to open the bulkhead and endanger the whole ship. Unfortunately, I'm on the side without the locking mechanism. Rear pressure bulkheads usually only open from one side. So if a room were flooded, unfortunately,
what happened to the chest that was here?
whoever locked the door is stronger than me. Whoever locked the door is stronger than me. I didn't lock the door when I came in. Whoever... Rear pressure bulkheads usually only open from one side. So if a room were flooded, a drowning... Unfortunately, I'm on the side without... Whoever locked the door is stronger than me. I should be careful. The gunman may still be nearby.
What are you up to, Zelna?
I was jumped in the cargo hold.
Of course you were.
Here, look. Careful how you hold it. There could be fingerprints on the end.
Surely you don't expect me to believe you.
I was inspecting the trunk. I found it in the cargo hold, and it was clear that someone had hidden inside it to board the ship.
Some people are willing to go to great lengths to be a part of this journey.
Indeed. Whoever it was, they struck me on the head from behind with the pipe while I was looking for clues. Oh, and they shot at me as well.
Ridiculous. You wanted to come along, orders be damned, and so you found a way to stay here. I should throw you overboard.
I would have dreamed up something less painful.
True. That doesn't look good.
See? And there's a bullet wedged in a wooden crate down there. I don't have a gun.
The doctor should have a look at it. Come with me.
You're just gonna leave that open? Okay. Kinda found a little suspicious of the inspector.
Inspector Legrand and Constable Zelna. So you have decided to join us on our journey after all.
So it would seem. We are searching for Dr. Gebhardt.
I'm just fine, Captain Conti.
The Conti.
I'm in control. I can manage. Tell James he absolutely must wake me at 9:45.
Certainly, madam.
Absolutely.
I shall see that he does.
And now I shall return to my chambers. You'll be in the bar tonight at 10, Inspector?
If that's what you wish.
It will be spectacular, I promise.
Damn, lady. You sure as hell slurring your words. Are you drunk?
The fresh sea air, and perhaps a glass of champagne to many. But I'm glad that you decided to join us on our journey to Cairo.
Not quite voluntarily.
So he says.
I was jumped from behind.
But no, that is...
Dr. Gebhardt should have a look at him, Captain De Conti.
Of course. Please, have a seat in the saloon, Constable Zelna. I'll summon the doctor. Doctor, there you are. Our brave Constable Zelna was attacked.
Struck on the head.
Oh. Sit down, please.
Now, please, tell me exactly what happened.
I think you've got a stowaway on board. I was jumped.
Intolerable. I'll have the crew search every nook and cranny of the ship. And of course, Mr. Zelna, you are cordially invited to travel as our special guest.
Good to know that at least one man doesn't want to throw me overboard.
Is it bad?
Yes, it hurts a lot.
I spoke with Dr. Gebhardt.
He suffered a violent blow to the back of the head. I cannot really say how bad it is.
But I can. It really hurts.
Mostly they're strawberries. a sugar rush with these damn sugar straws. Why didn't anyone look for where are we?
Why didn't anyone come looking for me? Didn't anyone notice that I didn't come back from the cargo hold?
We did search for you, but we couldn't find you.
Who was supposed to search the cargo hold?
Constable Oliver. I'll have a talk with him about that later.
I should hope so.
How many fingers do you see?
What fingers? 3 fingers? 5 fingers? I could be an ass and say what fingers. That'd be funny. But I like to continue
3
on with the
fingers.
search until...
Okay.
Now what was the sugar straw things called? Oh, pixie sticks. Pixie strip. No, that's a pixie stick. Damn small print in the dark.
Where are we? And what time is it? I must have been out for ages.
It's just after 8 p.m.
You just missed dinner. But we'll all meet here in the saloon at 10 o'clock to have a drink together. Greeting the passengers personally is a tradition I will not break, even on this unusual journey.
You're all right now, Constable. The bleeding has stopped and the wound looks good. You may have a mild concussion. You just need a good night's sleep. And tomorrow, your only worries will be a headache and an impressive bump.
Thanks.
That's a good enough reason to celebrate. Enough about crooks and thieves. From now on, you can start to enjoy your free cruise.
Although...
Inspector!
What?
A dark shadow. Upper deck, just now.
Go, let's have a look.
I'll join you.
Me too.
No, you stay here.
Do you want to make this an argument?
Although... As much
Robert,
as I don't really
go
like
to the
that
Baroness and don't
inspector.
let her out of your sight. Zellner, you're coming to the port side. Doctor, you go to starboard. I'll start at the forecastle and work my way back to the 2 of you. Understood?
But...
Baroness von Trebitz!
No, Robert was there from the beginning of the thieves.
Oh, Baroness von Trebitz! Open the door!
Energy drink and pure sugar.
Dr. Gebhard insisted on coming along, but now he doesn't seem to be sure if that was a good idea. Are you okay, Doctor?
Oh, of course. Why wouldn't I be? It's just that... Well, I would prefer to come with you.
You heard the inspector.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything else. Okay. Wait, can I go that way? Okay, so it's gonna make me do that. Dude, stop banging on
All
the
right,
door.
Doc. I'm off.
Oh no, I'm not going on a manhunt all by myself.
I like the main character and the doctor. I like him.
Are you
but I'm
okay?
kinda
Maybe you had better take a rest,
wondering about him.
in case the blow was more severe.
Although it's probably not a bad idea to have the doctor with you in case of anything else.
I'm okay.
Are you seasick?
Zellner, up here!
Come on. I think it came from up there.
Okay. I'm almost out of pixie sticks.
Sure, you just wanted to get a breath of fresh air. Zellner, look who we have here.
Well, if that's not our shadow.
And our stowaway.
Spent any time hiding in a trunk recently?
Me do nothing.
He claims to be part of the crew. Just wanted to get some fresh air.
Of course.
The Baroness won't open the door, sir.
Understood. Take him to the detention cell, Robert.
I think he actually is part of the crew.
You were right.
Robert
There was a
does
stowaway.
seem to be a part
Yes,
of it all.
but he can't be the Raven. He's too young.
Right, but that doesn't mean that the Raven isn't lurking here as well.
What was that?
A shot!
It came from one of the cabins.
Oh no! Baroness von Trebitz? Baroness! Open the door!
Damn dog.
Step aside, please.
Is the Baronet dead?
We have a murder on our hands, gentlemen. Hurry, Zellner. The murderer still has to
The
be nearby.
Baronet knew something.
There's practically no one on deck. Anyone who's outside is a suspect. This time, we'll get him. Zellner, are you okay?
Yes. Come on. We have to.
Zellner? Zellner! Merde!
Merde. Is that how they say murder? I do enjoy the accents. I wasn't so sure about this game, but I'm actually really liking it.
Ah, you awake? Sleep well.
Robert. A lot of the inspector. Especially since Rob, the guy that, like, behind the other, like, the guard or whatever. And shit. That or he could just be an idiot. But the inspector is a lot more clever than that guy, too. And it would be typical if the violinist is nervous, on edge, possibly took the purse. But the professor, he's hiding something at the gym. But then again, it wouldn't be impossible than him locking himself out. Much for than that chick killed. So she seemed rich and stuck up. And a bit chubby for that. He's chubby, but not too chubby to be honest. She just seems not the type to exercise much. Although the butler, he could be somebody that despises a lady who died. That's a possibility. The rest is too rich. Not as stuck up as the other rich lady, but still too rich to want to steal it, because she could have probably just bought it. It was suspicious that you didn't see any of the work too. It is annoying that they proclaim that that guy was hammered. He looks like he's from Egypt. He's probably been working on a worship. Captain would know about stealing it and then being on there. I was right about them on the ship pre-ordering their ticket. They've been the culprit. But staged the chest and hung out down there. Or went behind them without him knowing, to make sure that he would be probably trying to arm it. But at the same time, the violinist yet. But he did say something about going to reform. So we already knew the ship. And we already knew that her companion was going to be on the ship. It's clear. Brain is on the ship. Now you got any more characters. You can either be the good guy, or the bad need to be the good guy. What was this one for the inspector? Alright. Enough
I like to
theorizing.
sleep late when I take a cruise.
While I was hard at work.
arrested anyone yet?
It's the Arab.
He could have committed the murder. With him when it happened.
We heard the shot on the forecastle. I locked our friend in the detention cell in the cargo hold and then went up to assist Legrand. You were already sleeping the sleep of the just.
He didn't pass out until covering the murder. But you were locking him away, so you couldn't be the one to do it. The only one we knew of that had an Spectre. The kid with a pistol. But there's was with Spectre.
The other suspects?
No. Seconds after the alarm went off, the decks was frightened passengers.
Yes. A clever way to stay incognito during the commotion.
But we still have our primary suspect, the Raven.
You really think he's returned?
Well, I think that no one knows as much about the Raven as Legrand.
But still, it all seems so incredible. I didn't pass out last night because of the blow to my head, did I?
Seems unlikely. Inspector Legrand thinks you were drugged.
But how? The champagne.
Who gave you the glass of champagne?
Captain De Conti. It should be find traces of the tranquilizer in the glass.
That is exactly what Legrand is trying to do.
Without a laboratory?
Oh, he's got a lab. His cabin is packed with all the latest forensics. Quite impressive what the inspector can do.
A competent man. Out and surprised.
And diligent. All night with his glasses and everything. Working like a man possessed. I wouldn't want to be the Raven now.
How was the Baroness killed?
Shot in the chest at close range. We'll know more once they dock the body in the medical centre.
No one saw anything suspicious.
No one saw Raven leaving the Baroness's cabin, if that's what you mean. A lot of people heard the gunshot. Inspector Legrand wants to question the passengers again this morning, once they've all calmed down, to examine the evidence.
I suppose that you analyzed the crime scene and the surroundings.
Of course. And we already hit the jackpot. The murder weapon.
Really? Where did you find it?
On the gangway. The gangway for boarding the ship and hooks onto the hull when it's not being used. The murderer probably the gun into the sea to overboard.
But it landed after. There was no one there.
Maybe the murderer threw the gun away later. We recovered it in the early hours.
I think I'll look for Inspector.
Do what you think's...
You won't get rid of me. Here to stay, Constable Oliver.
Be that as it may. Inspect the cold with our special guest. And by me, Inspector Legrand may be able to get by without sleep for days on end. Me. It's not easy playing with the big boys, Constable. No.
It's The cabin was sealed. I'm pretty sure the seal doesn't have any legal relevance here, but I'm still dependent on his I better not blow it by breaking his seat permission. An antique wooden globe. Then, this would be a how. An alarm like this one was set off yesterday. This one hasn't been set off. The security seal is in... An evacuation plan? And some tips from the doctor for avoiding sickness, sunburn and the like. And here, a schedule of activities. A drink with the captain, a shuffleboard competition on the forecastle. That's about it. A real barrel of fun.
Come in.
Let's go see the doc.
Hello, Dr. Gebhardt.
Next one.
Excuse me?
You want something else from me?
I'm afraid I...
What a first day at work. Well...
What's the result of your examination of...
She's dead.
I didn't make you work all night long, but...
Point blank, probably with a pistol. It seems like she was lying in bed. The shot struck her hard. She died immediately.
One shot?
More were unnecessary. And we only heard one shot, no?
And there's just one entrance wound.
Just one.
I am told that I was drugged.
That's how it seems.
What can you tell me about it?
Me? Why should that be my business?
Haven't you analyzed the glass?
No, I haven't. The inspector said he's the better chemist. I'll let him do it. That could at least concentrate on the body.
Do you think Baroness might have been drugged? She was very tired and unsteady when Legrand and I saw her.
Yeah, I heard about that. I must have just missed her in the saloon. And seen her myself, it is hard to miss.
Of course. Can you say something about her general health?
She was quite overweight. And the butler said that she's from diabetes. This visit happens more frequently than you might suppose. Some are scared of doctor and early death. It is possible that they don't longer anyway.
Oh, who's drink from? Captain de Conti handed me a glass of champagne. But where did he get it?
I don't know. Did you ask him?
I'm just asking because you were also in the saloon when the champagne was served.
Yes, but he entered the saloon a few seconds before you did. I didn't manage to get a drink myself.
Which, in retrospect, is lucky.
Ah, you're right about that.
Have you already removed the bullet?
Did Legrand? What is that Frenchman's problem? I already told you. I will get in touch as of it. That is also the constable who is sending all night long, once I finally got rid of Legrand.
Did he look over your shoulder?
Probably to take the scalpel from Hack away himself. But this is my surgery, and I will not let amateurs interfere with my work.
That's standable. How much longer will it take?
I have just sent to His Majesty.
Thanks. I think that's it for now.
No. That is it for now, then, and later. I'm going to lie down for a few hours. Can you tell that to your boss?
But...
Irritable Doc.
Could I at least have the key?
Absolutely not.
But if we have to examine the victim again...
Then the esteemed inspector knows where to find me. In my cabin. In bed. Good night, Constable Zellner.
A pitiful attempt to make the interior of the ship seem less dreary. A bit of paint on the walls would have helped more, especially since a plant won't survive long without daylight. A model of the Lydia before it was rebuilt. It used to be a freighter. The wide hallways, the cabins, and the saloon were added later. I'm not paying for this trip, and that's a fair price for my cabin. It's rather plain, shall we say. No, I've slept enough.
We'll deal with the inspector later. Let's go have fun with all the other characters first. Wait, can I not go, like... Can I only go back upstairs? Could I not go downstairs from there? I'm certain there's another floor. No, I guess not. I guess that's the only floor. I've been inside here, so... There must be another way to get below this. Music change.
How wonderful. Sunshine and a blue sky above the Mediterranean Sea. A perfect cruise day, if not for the... ship must have been rebuilt at some point. I'm sure it didn't originally have such a modern glass... I'd really like to lie in the sun and take a nap, but I don't have time for that at the moment. Did Edison have any idea what would become of his invention? These things made quite a racket last night. I couldn't hear myself think. Big, soft towels. I could reserve a deck chair. No, that's it.
Can't go that way. I swear you walk like you're drunk. Be a little bit better. Walking, at least. And of course, with the regular, there always ends up being a murder mystery in it. So typical. then. Oh? I didn't think I could go around the chairs. No.
Curious. One can easily toss a gun into the sea from almost any without being noticed, and yet shows the one spot where it's not actually possible. The gangway is hard to miss. Why they're on the gangway? They must have noticed them, even if their back was to the side. I didn't take the gun and throw it a few meters farther into the sea. I suppose the life jackets are stowed there, close to the rail in case of emergency. I hope I find myself needing a life. They had to play ball and came up with an alternative.
It's shuffleboard. Have you never played?
Salty sea air in my old lungs, wind in my thinning hair. If I hadn't become a policeman, I could have been a sailor.
Looks like you're not gonna go around. Apparently it won't allow me to go up this way. I guess I had to go up the stairs again. To the side.
We were
feels like
here
fun.
yesterday when we heard the shot, and it was also here where Legrand caught our stowaway.
The layout of the ship also makes me think of, yeah, Voyage. And Black Ops 4? I want to say it's in 4. The Voyage of the Scare map, I think it was. Layout's fairly similar.
They must be part of the ship's ventilations. Nothing out of the ordinary. The grate shouldn't be so easy to open. Did the stowaway open it and we caught him in the act? No. The pipe is too narrow. Wouldn't fit in there. I guess the cover has been there for a while. I could inform the captain that the grid has to be repaired, but if I'm reporting all the problems on the ship, I'd have to shelve my murder investigation. This isn't a panoramic deck for visitors. There are pipes, steel cables, chains up here. You can smell the smoke. No, I have no idea how the ship works, and I really don't care, as long as it stays afloat. Why is there an axe hanging here? I suppose chopping through ropes in the event that the lifeboats can't be lowered. Or they use it to enforce who's allowed on the boat and who's not. The ship's bridge. 2 men. One of them navigating. I get the impression that the officers keep... and concentrates on the path and the bar. The men do their work. Detectives have infin. There's dirt piled up in the corner. Down the passengers are, the ship is pretty clean. But the crew doesn't much up here.
That's because this is bridge. For most of the crew, too. Of course, you got other crew members that run cleaning and that one. I don't know. But just kind of logically thinking. Alright, let's go down there. I guess the ship ain't that big. If that's the case.
The stowaway surely did well last night in the cargo hold. It's probably more comfortable. I have to talk to the right away. Even though he was already under arrest at the time of the shot, he made something before. If I want to get into the cargo hold of the burst, he won't let me talk to our young friend. May not seem, but constantly effective watchman.
What's going on?
The Raven just flew by.
What?
Or it might as well have.
I wasn't asleep.
I understand. It was just a ruse. What do you think? What happened here last night?
The Raven broke into the Baroness's cabin, she surprised him, and he shot her.
What was he looking for in a cabin?
She's a rich woman.
Why did he lock the door?
What?
From inside? Impressive trick.
Saying I know how he did it, saying that it was him.
Why did he leave a raven feather?
Are you serious? We'd have suspected him straight away.
But fortunately, we still did. Let's assume the old Raven really has returned and that he really is responsible for all this. Who is he? Or she?
Oh, could be anyone. No one's ever seen the Raven.
He could also be paying to do his dirty work.
Well, of course. It's a fact that partners, they even arrested us.
But no one defied the Raven. Some claims that they didn't even know that they were working for him. First, he common with financial difficulties to set off the alert at a certain time with a person knowing why they were doing it.
The man Legrand back then, he was a famous safecracker. He could just as well have been
or the real Raven. There's probably no cover for a big thief than acting like a small one. Any conclusions about a young stoker?
Yeah, he's a bit suspicious, foreign and whatnot.
Did he act suspiciously in any way?
No, shot surprised him as much as it did looked in on him earlier. Still
covered with a blanket from head to toe?
Oh, he's still in there. I poked him.
I go downstairs and have a guest.
You may not.
Come again?
Inspector Legrand wants to conduct all these himself.
I'm sure, and if I form my own conclusions.
He ordered me, and that's just what I'm going to...
How about a bit of individual initiative?
How about letting a man do his job? Or do you think you'd be better at it?
I don't want to keep you from your duties any longer.
Good idea.
He went right back to sleep. Oh.
I have to follow right away. Even already under arrest, shot. May have into the hold. I'll have to get rid of the constable first. He won't let me, young friend. That's the bullet from the Baroness's corpse. I know much and will be able...
Alright, let's go. Deal with the inspector. Come on. Give me the option again. What difficulty? I haven't seen any of the other passengers either. Let's go deal with
That
them
is
now.
Legrand's cabin.
Come in. Ah, Zellner, are you ready?
Good morning, Inspector Legrand. Head is pounding, but I think I'm okay.
Chloral hydrate.
Hmm?
That's why you have a headache. I found traces of a champagne glass.
And this chloral
is a tranquilizer. Can be dissolved in the effect begins and lasts for hours. Who gave you the glass of champagne?
I believe it was Conti.
If believing were enough for become priests, Constable. Be a policeman and find out for sure.
Stood. What have you found out so far?
The Baroness was shot in the chest at close range. We heard the shot. The murderer quickly fled the cabin and dropped the murder weapon over the railing later. A simple story so far.
Why was her cabin door locked?
Exactly. If the murderer wanted to make it seem like a suicide, he'd have shot her in the head and left the gun at the crime scene.
And if it was murder, why did he go to all the trouble of locking the door from inside? And how did he manage that anyway?
Especially since we arrived just a few seconds later and didn't see anyone near the cabin.
Something doesn't make sense.
It doesn't, and it's me crazy.
Did you find the murder weapon?
On the gangway on the side of the ship. The murderer tried to drop it into the sea. He would have stood close to the railing to let it fall unseen.
And since he doesn't know the ship, he had bad luck and dropped it right onto the gangway.
Indeed. And do you find that probable?
Not a bit.
Neither do I.
What kind of a gun is it?
A Luger 08.
Antique.
Manufactured 1,000,000 times during and after the First World War. Austrian model. The owner is David Kreutzer, the violinist. We found him tonight totally drunk on the bow of the ship. He confirmed that it's his gun, but he claims that it was stolen from him.
Fingerprints?
Nothing. But it's worth mentioning that the clip was missing 2 bullets.
And it's definitely the murder weapon.
The ballistic tests are incomplete. Actually, I've been waiting far too long for the bullet recovered from the corpse. Pay the good doctor a visit, Zellner, and see that he does his job.
About the bullet, here it is.
Excellent. Give it to me. As I suspected.
Impatient, Inspector.
7.65 Arabellum Luger.
Don't you want to examine it in more detail?
Well, for now, though, we can assume that we have the murder weapon. There can't be too many antique Luger 08 pistols on board.
Take a look at the Baroness's cabin.
We already searched it thoroughly.
Sure. But what about now, by daylight?
Yes, fine, it can't hurt. Here, take it with you.
Thanks. I'll let you know if I find anything important.
But only then, please. I'm very busy.
Of course. Do you believe the violinist?
He'll be the first person I question. He claims he can't remember anything from the last few hours. Says he drank a bottle of schnapps.
He was on the train and he doesn't have an alibi. His drunkenness could be a smokescreen.
He fits the profile. He travels a lot, has access to society. Could be interesting.
You think that the jewel thief is the murderer?
Our friend would have needed another key to open the safe and steal the second eye, the one the Baroness was carrying. At least, that's what we implied.
What do you mean?
The Baroness was famous for her forgetfulness. Convinced her to give me the key. It seems safer for the eye.
The thief searches his cabin looking for the third key.
She returns from the saloon earlier than expected.
Surprises him, and he can't allow her to identify him.
He imprisons her until the coast is clear, and then shoots her.
And thus, the thief becomes a murderer.
But still doesn't have all the keys.
Do you really think that the Raven behind all this?
He wrote the letter that was on the safe in the train. Without the letter, we wouldn't have opened the safe and the bomb wouldn't have exploded.
But it doesn't seem like him, does it? The Raven is famous in part because he never hurt anyone, much less killed anyone during a burglary.
It's his handwriting, and he called me Nico. No one else does that. That man up for years. It is him. It'll be him.
The evidence?
Enough.
Are you sure that there's no bomb inside this time?
Professor Lucien locked it in front of it and it will be open time in Cairo.
Let's hope so.
It would take hours to crack it, and you'd need heavy machinery. Or the
I'll be on my way. I want to find out who gave me the drugged champagne.
Good idea.
Inspector Legrand? Are you okay? Maybe you should take a break.
I can sleep once I've caught the Raven. Goodbye, Constable.
Be seeing you.
Yeah, looks like the inspector has champagne as well.
Legrand is risking not just his career, but his health as well on his hunt for the Raven. He's working like a demon. Maybe that's why he caught the Raven and no one else.
Come on. Up you go. Let's go inspect. Intriguing.
This system ever set foot in.
Oh, that's not wow. If anything, this will help you become an inspector.
The most unportable portmanteau I've ever seen. A portable bar is more like it. Must be hard work transporting this big, heavy thing halfway around the globe. And the Baroness was lucky that the other freight cars were only lightly damaged by the explosion. An impress, but I don't think it'll get me anywhere with the murder investigations. There should be a ventilation shaft behind the hatch. Usually a good way to break in and out undetected. But we run a ship. Ventilation shafts are very small here. I can't say, and it seems impossible. But something tells me that the murderer entered and left the cabin through the door. The only question is how. Another alarm. It was tripped at some point. The seal is broken. But there's no way of telling whether it happened yesterday or 5 years ago. The notepad has the ship's emblem on it. I suppose all the first-class cabins have them.
Ooh. I like this. This is fun. The way the graphite seems to bleed on the paper like ink. Inspector. Saloon at 10 p.m. There is a murder on board. And I will expose him. Aw, I didn't get to finish marking it all out. So she died because she knew.
It says, Inspector, be in the saloon at 10 p.m. There is a murderer on. I will expose him. B. The Baroness seems to have known the murderer, and that means that the Raven can't be the murderer. He never killed anybody. Legrand probably never got the message, otherwise he'd have said something. The mannequin surely came with the cabin. A mannequin for the Baroness's clothes would have a more generous figure. Sunflowers. By Van Gogh, I presume. He liked to paint that so. Can't be an original. Cost thousands of francs.
I guess francs is a currency. Quite a bit to examine in this.
The portholes face the side deck. If someone climbed out of the cabin through a porthole, Legrand and I would have seen them. The portholes are locked. One cannot open or close them from outside. It's the same problem as with the door. If someone left the cabin through the porthole, how did they lock it? And the Baroness wasn't shot from outside. The doctor said she was shot at close range. Apparently, the Baroness didn't have time to unpack her bags. Or rather, didn't have time to tell her butler to unpack them for her. Sifting through all that would take ages. But here, the Baroness's handbag. Ha-ha. A small bound book. 1964 is engraved on it. This must be the Baroness's diary.
Bitch, why are you looking over there?
Cosmetics, a handkerchief, a spectacles case. Nothing special. Let's see. Yes, it's a diary, all right. Difficult to read. No entry from yesterday. A brief, sober description of what she's done recently. Met Morris, arranged benefit concert for of Louvre Wing, Times photo shoot for Eye of Sphinx. BM, poor excuse for photographer. Too fidgety. And so on. This entry looks strange. The handwriting is shaky. Difficult to read. Dreamt of Bobby. Yesterday would have been his birthday. Next week, Jay's. The Baroness was a very busy woman, and it looks like she had to cope with the loss. She writes about Bubby and Jay. Neither seem to be alive anymore. Almost every family lost loved ones in the war. Maybe hers as well. I'll leave it there. I don't have time to read all of it. Something there. Down fell from a quilt or a pillow. Nothing special. Although, one of the feathers was scorched at the end. With me. There's still blood on the mattress. The sheets have already been removed. To analyze them, I suppose. Nothing. The blood spot is the only sign that someone committed a crime in here. Somehow... That's odd. The blood is so red. Shouldn't it gradually darken in the air? Brown? The unusual color of the blood could be something that Legrand and Dr. Gebhardt missed last night. All cats are gray in the dark, as the saying goes. I should take a sample. The unusual color of the blood could be something that Legrand and Dr. Gebhardt missed last night. All cats are gray in the dark. The unusual... I guess our stowaway knocked me out. Whatever he is, he's not a thief. Nothing's missing from my wallet. A big, ugly, and impractical vase. If it had a wider opening, one could at least use it as an umbrella stand. Can't see anything. Wow, heavier than it looks. Aha! Why were the down feathers tossed in the vase? Or is there else in there? There may be something else in the vase, but the neck is too narrow to reach with my hand. There may be else in the vase, but the neck is too narrow to reach in with my hand. I guess our way knocked me out. Whatever. Why were the down feathers tossed in the vase? Or is there anything else? A tape recorder. Must go with the builders. Probably Parchings. The tape in the hills was once very expensive range, and it doesn't come cheap. Strange. There's only one reel. And the wrong one. No sign of the original reel. A reel made by Zeibling. I know the brand. Zeibling's tapes can be overwritten many times without losing quality. They're used in offices so that executives can record messages for the secretaries on the same tape over and over again. But they're not good for much else. They're robust, but they don't offer much in terms of sound quality. There may be something else in but the neck is too narrow-handed. The unusual color could be all cats are. More feathers, and they're singed as well. I'd better take it with.
Looks like the blood spot in the vase or vase. There's only two things left in here. But apparently I need
The door
something
frame was
for it.
damaged when Doc kicked it in. The region is, why was the door locked in the...
Being an investigator.
Assuming the murderer isn't a magician, and the Baroness locked the door before she went to bed, the murderer couldn't have left the cabin through the door. So, the murderer must have still been in here when Dr. Gebhardt kicked the door in, which is unlikely because he would have seen him, or he found another way out of the cabin.
Not if he hid under the bed. He could have been here when... before she came. Hid under the bed. Climbed out, scared her, and shot her. Noticed the note and took that. And if she got shot in the chest while laying down with her head up there, then wouldn't the blood spot be higher? And they didn't shoot from under the bed, or there'd be a hole through the bed. Cause that looks more like where her stomach would be. Than where that blood spot is. What's in the vase? Oh. It's already almost 7 in the morning. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Oh, hey there, butler.
The Baroness's butler looks like he didn't sleep. I would describe his facial expression as worried. Hello, Mr. Inch.
Oh, hello.
You look for wear. It must be terrible for you.
Quite terrible. No one will hire me now.
Excuse
My mistress was murdered. Would you hire a butler who's been mixed up in a murder?
But if it turns out that you're not guilty...
If? But what if not? Who else would they blame? There are no gardeners on the...
I understand your problem. These circumstances, I'm sure, answer some questions that could help clear the name, wouldn't you?
Of course.
How long had you worked for the Baroness?
6 months, sir.
Only 6 months? I always thought butlers stayed with their employers for decades.
Those days to start at some point, Constable. Her former butler wasn't able to fulfill his duty longer. Gout, sir.
I understand.
Took on his duties and hoped for a secure position for the next 20 years.
May I ask to your...
A souvenir, or, sir.
Does it hinder you?
Obvious.
Mean to offend?
Have to say, I'd been through...
The Baron is drunk.
So?
Does that surprise you? Did the Baroness not...
She... secret.
Understand. As her habit, she on medical supervision?
Certainly adamantly refused, Doctor. Like so many women, she had aversion to hospital and the like.
There seems to have insect.
Indeed, the Baron...
Really?
Or something, the...
And it?
I think she did, says. She was in high spirits. Finally left the cabin.
To know what is looking for.
I'm afraid not.
Orderly?
She always responses, sir.
That does a question.
She used to take a lot of luggage on journey, and I back of it as best I could. Always angry when she couldn't find
Out the photo in her
no, out of bounds to me. They mentally.
Did you notice anything suspicious?
Just went to the saloon. I was there until the I arrived. We found you and in Legrand that you were on sector. Asked to take care of you.
You said you were on the forecastle, like the Baroness let the rest of the night off.
Entire. Warned me that the Baroness was roused at 10:15.
Why was that?
I started to toast Senny with the other passengers.
She ended to take a nap then.
That was not her way, sir. She had a spirit, shall we say, when it came to social engagements and a glass or two.
The gunshot just before the alarm. Did you hear it from the forecastle?
No, just alarm, sir.
I think all for now.
Please, sir. You have to hear me of suspicion.
You are concerned about...
This doesn't really bother
player?
Inch. He's only worried about his own future.
Well, maybe it's us. Alright, oh no, let's break. Alright. I see you think they may or may not have finesse. Who knows? Break time. go in here. Don't even know how long this game is going to take. But it is quite enticing. I get it about the butler being concerned about his future, but you'd think he'd be a little more sensitive about his mistress dying.
Thing that goes with them is this ship. As expected, fresh ice and tongs.
Constant. What is the mean? Are even the police light-fingered nowadays?
I need criminal investigation.
Well then, why didn't you say so? So, how are you getting along? Can I be of any help?
Surely you could answer what me about the passengers.
Oh, much, I'm afraid. I wanted to get to know them properly at the cases, shook hands with them as they boarded. Are a few red, and they had a conversation with the violinist and Lady Westmacott. But you already know them from the train.
It seems like there aren't that many on board.
These airplanes are made miserable. Grown jam them into a narrow metal coffin instead of enjoying the sea air on a ship.
It's all about saving time.
It shouldn't be about how time it takes to get from, but about how you time to experience on the journeys what it's about.
No, that's a good point. Never been on
From the same bottle of champagne.
There was more than one bottle, if that's what you mean. There were quite a few guests. The event lasted several...
The last bottle of champagne, the one the Baroness drank from. Did anyone else have reason to believe that the champagne...
But wouldn't that have made everyone drowsy?
Not if it was only the Baronet was drunk.
See, that's possible. Glasses are filled and empty. Several stewards. No one track of every glass and...
A few drops in a glass?
Yes, it's certainly possible.
The glass you had last night, where did you get it?
You think your glass was poisoned as well?
Did you?
No, I saw them doing and wanted to rescue the patient. I had available glass, give it to you.
Table?
No, I hurry over together with Art, who, of course, exactly. Place to set it down. So, I took it from...
And gave it to me.
I'd like to apologize for that. You look so for the wear, and I did comfort you. Think of looking for you.
So the doctor had in his hand. What was your experience of last night?
Everyone sighed in a pleasant drink, and then
in the saloon.
Yes, the captain. I have to care for my passengers. After you and the others, I tried to maintain a atmosphere. But when the alarm it goes off, battle.
Is it possible to find the alarm was set off?
No, there are alarms all over the ship.
I saw that they're sealed. Can't we just check whether the seal is broken?
Afraid they're gonna you know, this old ship and all years.
So, you haven't been regularly maintained?
I'll inform the crew immediately, of course.
Of course. How was the Baroness?
She at the reception and didn't show her face for the entire afternoon. I was afraid she was one of the bores and bourgeoisie. But then she arrived in the early evening in the best of moods. Already had a few, if you know what I mean.
Did she say anything to you?
She asked me where Legrand's cabin was. I told her, then invited her to come for drinks in the evening. I said it would be great fun. The whole ship will be there, and you don't want to miss that, I told her.
And then?
She seemed to like the idea. She smiled, and then left again for a few minutes. Then she came back and seemed very happy. We drank a toast to life.
But at some point she didn't feel well anymore? Earlier, you said that the Baroness was in a good mood and was clinking glasses with you. What happened afterwards? We met you outside the saloon.
She overdid it a bit. She suddenly started to swoon and almost spilled her drink. I asked her if she wanted to rest for a moment in her cabin. At first, she didn't want to. She definitely wanted to stay in the saloon. But then she realized that she really did need to lie down. We left together. You know the rest of the story.
I'll get back to my investigations now.
Ciao, Constable.
Lady Westmacott seems to be an early bird, but maybe that's just because of all the excitement. I saw a twinkle in her eye on the train. She's eager to be part of a real detective story. Lady Westmacott, already on your oh.
Constable, don't you think before you speak?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No time for chit-chat. What have you found out?
We're still working on the case. Actually, I have a couple of questions for you.
Please, go ahead.
What did you think of our adventure on the train? An extraordinary story, isn't it?
I'm glad that you were able to prove yourself, Mr. Zellner.
Hopefully not for the last time.
I'm glad that everything ended well. I want to thank you sincerely for taking care of Matthew. I can't bear to think about something happening to him.
It all worked out in the end. Do you think that the thief from the train and the murderer are the same person?
I think the new Raven is capable of anything.
Legrand believes there is no new Raven. He thinks that the old one has returned.
He said that.
Do you think it's possible? Everyone thinks he's dead.
As a dramatist, the return of the Raven would certainly be delightful. A legend comes back from the grave for one last job. It's quite romantic. At the same time, though, I'd be disappointed.
Why is that?
I followed the Raven's career closely. There weren't many burglars with such character and charm. His burglaries were clever and entertaining, but he was sloppy in London. He almost got caught, and I'll never forgive him for the affair on the train. No, I would much rather that the Raven stayed dead and had nothing to do with the burglary or the murder.
What do you think? Who is our suspect?
Everyone. Or almost everyone. Everyone on board is physically capable of shooting someone, but who has the dark desire to take the life of a defenseless person?
One cannot read minds.
And one should not try. You have to collect evidence, traces, clues. That's what will lead us to the killer. It won't be like a bad crime novel, in which they introduce a new character shortly before the end who, surprise, surprise, is also the murderer.
Murderers leave evidence. They're nervous or unnaturally relaxed. They have to adjust constantly.
And because of that, they make mistakes. This is your chance, Constable. If you find the mistake, you'll find your murderer.
Have you noticed anything related to the murder?
Unfortunately not. I was already in my cabin and missed all the commotion. Damnable old age.
You're telling me.
Oh, you're still young. At my age, you have to expect that you won't experience much anymore. And although I've written about murder so many times, I've never actually witnessed one. How exciting.
I doubt everyone is so relaxed in such a situation.
Heartless is the word you're searching for, right, Constable? I certainly didn't want the Baroness to be murdered, but if I can't undo it, then I might as well enjoy it.
I like the
What
writer.
do you think of Inspector Legrand?
He seems to be as skilled as everyone says. Intelligent, focused. I had a chat with him yesterday, and he impressed me, but there's something haunted in his eyes.
I don't think he ever really stopped hunting the raven.
Catching the raven made him famous. What if he actually shot the wrong person? Unjustified fame bothers people, the good ones at least.
And you think he's one of the good ones?
Anyone who tries so hard to tear down his own memorial must be honorable. Or insane.
I have to be going, Lady Westmacott.
Please keep me informed, Constable Zellner.
Of course.
That is quite amusing. Let's see if anyone's out here. Don't quite look like it.
No, Jacob. Business before pleasure.
I like to see Jacob.
A boat like this would also make a good hideout for a stowaway. Were the tarpaulins arranged like that on purpose so that no one could put them back in order once they get in? You can tell at a glance that everything is ship-shape with this boat.
I do question how the hell she managed to be upstairs in a wheelchair.
There may be something else in the vase, but the neck is too narrow to reach in with my hand. Could work. There's something in there. Ah. Someone stuffed this in the vase. Looks like it's been used to muffle a gunshot. If this isn't an important discovery, I don't know what is. Legrand, here I come. The unusual color of the blood. All cats are...
I guess we'll go talk to him.
A singed pillowcase is proof that there must have been a second gunshot. Inspector?
Really? I thought the first one was the gunshot in the...
Can't you knock?
I didn't realize. I'm really...
I'm not getting anywhere. I'm going to question each passenger individually. Anyone without an airtight alibi will be checked for gunshot residue.
But, Inspector...
People trip up when you put pressure on them, Constable Zellner. The Raven is nervous. He's changed his methodology and become a murderer. I'll see it in his eyes. After you.
But, Inspector Legrand...
Looks like you're getting a bit paranoid.
We have
Maybe
no
you'll
proof
slip
that the
up.
Raven and the murderer are the same person.
You may not know it, but I do. I will catch him with or without your help.
I don't believe it. What's gotten into him? Ah, well, it makes no sense to tell him about my theories if his opinion is already set. I need evidence. Or better yet, the murderer. I also need his lab if I'm going to get anywhere. I need to get in there somehow. And I really need to talk to the stowaway. He may have information, and the inspector will just ignore him since he's too young to be the Raven.
We'll come back to this.
The death of his mistress doesn't really bother Inch. He's only worried about his own future.
Inch.
The death of his
Wait,
mistress
didn't I
doesn't
just
really
talk?
bother.
No,
The
I guess
death of
not.
his...
Quit that. Let's go back in here.
Mr. Kreutzer, come on, you have to give me a bit more. You're the only one who was on the train and who has no alibi for last night.
As I said, I was in my cabin.
Are you sure that it was your cabin and not the Baroness's?
Legrand will question the guests one after another. But if he doesn't get the answers that he wants to hear, it could become unpleasant for them. English ham and eggs. One advantage on an international trip is the international breakfast. Many of my fellow countrymen think it's outrageous to eat fried bacon, sausages, or anything heavy for breakfast. I, on the other hand, think ham and eggs are the only worthwhile contribution the English have made to international cuisine. It's
Well,
not
that's
fair. There's a magnificent buffet, but I don't have an appetite. Maybe a side effect of the tranquilizer. It's not fair. There's a magnificent buffet, but I don't have an appetite. Maybe a side effect of the tranquilizer.
Man, food sounds good.
Excellent.
Don't even see the coffee in that.
That's just what I needed. Coffee is not bad at all, but one cup is enough.
Will you eat now?
It's not fair. There's a
No. You won't.
Lady Westmacott, may I bother you for a moment?
By all means, Mr. Zellner.
How is the questioning going?
Are you implying that I'm an eavesdropper? The inspector is placing a lot of pressure on our dear Mr. Kreutzer. He's the only one who was on the train and who doesn't have an alibi for last night.
Perhaps. But him? A murderer?
I know people like him. He doesn't have enough backbone to kill someone in cold blood and remain so calm. He'd turn it into a drama and then a farce. Drink himself insensible, and then, railing at fate, pitch himself into the sea. Forget him. Legrand is wasting his time. Mr. Kreutzer just happens to be a perfect fit for the inspector's image of the Raven.
Athletic, cultured, moves among the rich and famous.
I'll eat his violin if he's the Raven or the murderer.
I have to be going, Lady Westmacott.
Please keep me informed, Constable Zellner.
Of course.
Oh.
Captain DeConti seems old and tired. The price you pay for a life like his, I suppose. I believe I've got everything I can out of him. There's nothing more he can tell me at the moment.
Oh, spoken to the American.
Miss Mayers seems to have found an opportunity to do nothing. Hello, Miss Mayers.
Hello, Mr.
Constable Zellner. Do you think it's appropriate to go sunbathing in a situation like this?
What situation?
A woman was murdered last night.
If refusing to sunbathe could bring the dead back to life, I'd go back to my cabin immediately.
Spoiled.
I'm sure your parents are truly sorry that they can't be with you at this difficult time.
Maybe, but I'm not a little girl anymore. And thinking about my fiancé keeps me going.
You're engaged?
Yes. My boyfriend and I got engaged right before the trip. I want to surprise my parents, especially my dad.
I'm sure he'll be very surprised. But what will you do if your father doesn't agree to the engagement?
What choice does he have when he put me on this boat full of thieves and murderers in the first place?
Charming. Did you hear or see anything suspicious last night?
No, I didn't feel very well last night. I went to bed early.
So, you're feeling better this morning?
Thanks for asking.
Enjoy the sun, Miss Mayers, and don't let us disturb you.
If you're trying to make me feel guilty, Constable, it's not working.
Miss Mayers doesn't really seem to be much help in my investigations. She's probably too busy thinking about her fiancé.
My fiancé. They're doom accents. I'm getting too much of a kick out of this game. Captain, what the hell are you doing back in here?
I believe I've got everything I can out of him. There's nothing more he can tell me at the moment.
What the hell are you doing back in here? You were just out there. Don't get anything else out of the butler. He looks a bit uneasy about his future. Let's go down here. Oh, look, there's Matt. Oh, and there's some other people over here. Let's see who's over here.
Miss Miller and the professor are talking intensely. She seems pretty relaxed, by her standards. Good morning, Miss Miller. Professor Lucien?
Constable Zellner, how are you? I heard you passed out last night.
Well, not quite. I was poisoned.
Oh.
That wretch!
Who do you mean by that wretch?
That stowaway. That new raven.
The young man can't be the murderer. Constable Oliver had already apprehended him when the shot was fired.
You mean...
Whoever killed the Baroness is still on the loose.
I think I should take my leave. I'd like to rest for a while.
One last question, Professor. The safe in Legrand's cabin can only be opened with 3 keys. Am I right?
That's correct. We sent the first to Monsieur Mokhtar of the Egyptian Museum via air freight. I have one, and the inspector has the other.
But it was originally planned that someone else should carry the 3rd key.
Constable. Baroness von Trebitz should have had it. But then there were concerns. And for that reason, Inspector Legrand took it himself.
Was that his idea?
Well, yes, you could say that. I want to go back to my cabin. I'll see you later, Mary.
Oh, of course. See you later.
I didn't want to interrupt your conversation with Professor Lucien so abruptly.
I don't know what's wrong with him.
Learning that there's still a burglar on board seemed to frighten him.
He was so relaxed the whole time, and then...
And then the stupid Swiss constable came by and made him anxious.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
No matter. I'm sure he'll calm down and come back soon enough. May I ask you a few questions?
Of course.
Wow. That's more than what seems to be a few, because there's probably more following behind them. That's at least 5
You're
questions.
American, aren't you?
That's correct.
And you moved to England because of the job?
I lived in England before. During the Second World War, I volunteered. I worked in a pharmacy on a US base north of London.
In a pharmacy? Interesting.
Well, it was the war and everyone was sent where they could help best.
Please, go on, Mrs. Miller.
After the war, I studied music in London. I met my husband there. We married and went back to the States together.
He was also American?
No, English. But he said he had problems with his family and he wanted to be as far from them as possible.
And you gave up your studies for him?
Well, yes, I did.
Life as a single mother couldn't have been easy.
It was pretty tough then. I worked from morning till night and it was still only enough for the bare necessities. And I couldn't give Matt all the attention he needed.
And then Lady Westmacott entered your life.
It was like an angel appeared to me. She must have offered me the position out of pity. I had no experience as a carer. She made me a generous offer. I couldn't believe it. And she really adores Matt. She's offered him a good education, and now he has every opportunity in life.
An almost unbelievable story.
I'm still afraid that it's a dream and that I'll wake up one day.
If you worked in a pharmacy, you would certainly know something about medicines and poisons.
Everything is a potential poison, Constable. It depends on the dose.
Have you ever heard of chloral hydrate?
It's a tranquilizer, isn't it?
I'm asking you.
Well, Lady Westmacott also asked questions like that, for her last novel. But since I've never wanted to kill anyone, I never bothered with things like strychnine and arsenic and all that. I could recommend something for a headache, a sore throat, or a rash.
That's kind of you, but there's really no need. How does it feel to work for such a world-famous person?
The work is very interesting and varied, and it pays well, too.
You are very lucky that the lady offered the position to you.
I just hope she won't change her mind one day. What would become of Matt's education then? I really make an effort to measure up to Lady Westmacott's expectations, but sometimes I feel like I fall short.
Lady Westmacott couldn't ask for a better companion.
I'm saving up as much money as I can all the same. I'd do anything so that Matt doesn't have to give up his new life.
Lady Westmacott dropped a hint on the train that she killed her hero, Partout. What did she mean by that?
Oh, she must have meant the manuscript.
Manuscript?
She always takes it with her. It's an unpublished Partout novel. I once asked her why she never published it. She said that according to her will, the novel's only to be published after her death.
And in it, Partout will be killed?
Maybe. I've never read it. No one has. You'd better ask her yourself.
You and Professor Lucien seem to be having a lively conversation.
Oh, yes. He's an expert in ancient Egyptian art and preeminent in hieroglyphic research. He's the head of the Egyptian department in the British Museum. You know, he's going to open an exhibition at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo.
Right. For the eye.
They had planned on exhibiting both jewels together for the first time in decades, but that's not going to happen now, sadly. I think it's quite upsetting for him.
We're working hard to ensure that at least one eye will be on display.
I know. I'll ask Lady Westmacott if she'd like to participate in the opening of the exhibition. I think it would be good for her.
And Professor Lucien will surely offer you a private tour. The Baroness's butler said that he was on the forecastle as well?
Yes, he was standing on the other side of the deck smoking a cigarette.
Was he on the forecastle the whole time?
I'm not sure. He was there, and he was on the side deck with us. Oh, yes, he looked after you while you were unconscious. He unbuttoned your collar and held your head while the doctor checked you.
But you can't say for certain whether he came from the forecastle with you and Professor Lucien, or afterwards.
Well, no. But where else could he have come from?
How is Matt? He seems happy enough.
After all the commotion, he's already back to his old self again. But I haven't told him about the murder. That would be a bit too much for him.
I think he's made of sterner stuff.
I want to thank you again for what you did on the train. I wouldn't have known...
Everything's fine. Think nothing of it. How was last night for you?
It was awful. I was having a conversation with Edgar, Professor Lucien, here on the forecastle. Then I wanted to look for the lady and went forward via the side deck. When I passed the Baroness's cabin, I heard a muffled scream.
You heard a scream?
Yes. I thought the Baroness probably had a fall. I went to the door and listened for a moment. Since I couldn't hear anything, I knocked on the door and asked whether she was all right. There was no answer.
Interesting. And then?
I didn't know what to do, so I tried to open the door. It was locked. I saw the Baroness's butler, Mr. Inch, on the forecastle. I thought he might have the key and went back. On the way, the bobby crossed my path, and then Edgar, who wanted to check the safe. I explained the situation to him, and then the alarm went off.
How did the scream sound?
It was a short outcry, very frightened, as if someone had been startled.
Was it a woman's voice?
Yes, the voice was high.
So it could have been a scream from the Baroness. Possibly because she discovered someone in her cabin.
Possibly.
That person might have threatened her with a weapon, so that she wouldn't scream for help.
Oh, God.
He waited until the coast was clear.
Oh, please, stop it, Mr. Zellner.
Did you report that to Inspector Legrand?
Yes, last night. He was very interested and took a lot of notes. But I wanted to look for Lady Westmacott, and he let me go without further delay. He said that he'd take down my full statement today.
I understand.
Do you think the man from the train also killed the Baroness, Constable Zellner?
I don't know yet.
It's horrible. Explosions, thieves, murderers. This isn't the right place for a lady and a little boy.
I'll be seeing you, Miss Miller.
Constable?
Matt is keeping himself busy with that strange game. He seems to be okay again, but I think he'd be running around all over the place if he'd really come to terms with what happened on the train. Hello there, partner.
Hi.
Are you all right?
Uh-huh.
I heard you and your mom used to argue a lot.
We did. Everything was bad. The house, school, the other kids. We didn't have much money, and I was always alone.
You do know that your mother would love to have been with you, don't you? She had to go out to work to earn money.
She wouldn't have had to if Dad were still around.
And how do you get along with her now?
I'm always happy when we do something together on vacation. She has more time for me now, and I like my boarding school. I have lots of friends, and the teachers aren't so bad.
Lady Westmacott is all by herself in the saloon. Maybe you'd like to visit her later.
Sure, the lady tells exciting stories.
I know. She's my favorite writer.
She told me that it's not much fun to write detective novels. She'd rather write something else, but her fans always want the same thing.
They made her rich and famous.
I told her to write what she wants to write. If it's good, someone will buy it. And if not, at least she had fun writing it. Then she smiled and nodded. She said it was a good idea.
Your mother and Professor Lucien seem to be on very good terms with each other. Don't you like him?
Don't know.
He seems to be very nice.
I guess.
Have you recovered from our adventure?
Mr. Zellner, what's going on?
What do you mean?
Everybody's acting so strange, and there's tape across that door. I saw that in a movie once.
You don't have to be worried.
Is it about the man from the train?
It might be about the thief, yes.
Haven't you caught him yet?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
What are you playing there?
I'm playing shuffleboard. At least I'm trying to.
Never played it before.
It's easy. Professor Lucien explained it to me.
And who won?
We didn't play.
You didn't want to play with him, did you? Do you want to play a game with me?
Sure.
I think you'll have to explain the rules to me first.
Okay, you play with the blue pucks and I play with the red ones. You have to push the pucks with this stick into the zone over there and score as many points as possible.
Sounds easy. How many pucks do I have?
6. Now here comes the kicker. First it's your turn, then mine, and so on. But everyone is allowed to shoot the other person's pucks out of the zone.
Then let's get started.
Oh yeah. What are we playing for?
I thought we'd just play for fun.
That's boring. We have to bet something. Otherwise it isn't fun.
You English people.
So I'll bet my brand new slingshot. And you?
I don't want to gamble.
How about ice cream in Cairo?
Okay. If I win, I get the slingshot. If I lose, I get an ice cream in Cairo.
Hey! Never try to cheat Matt Miller. So, what do you say? Ice cream versus slingshot?
All right. Let the games begin.
He tried. Okay. Question is the controls for this. Oh, okay. Oh, mine went too far. I don't know if I'd be able to play again.
Rats.
Haha, I win. That's one ice cream for me.
You've been practicing. This time I'll win.
Nah, I doubt that.
Oops. There we go.
That's it.
Oh, man.
The athlete wins the day.
One more time.
No, that's enough for me.
All right. Here,
Are you sure?
gambling debts are debts of honor.
I'll give it back to you when I don't need it anymore, okay?
Okay, but make sure my mom doesn't catch you with it. She thinks it's dangerous.
That's funny.
What do you want?
Inspector Legrand is questioning the first of the passengers in the saloon.
And?
It will be hours before he gets to the stowaway.
And?
We'll save time if I question him.
We'd also save time if you stopped asking me the same things over and over again. I will not let you in. What time is it, by the way?
Got an appointment?
No, but I'm hungry.
Go and get yourself something. I'll mind the door in the meantime.
Ha ha. You could bring me something, though.
Go and get your food yourself. I have better things to do.
Oh yeah, like unmasking a murderer? I'm sure you're up to it. Judging by your age and rank, you must have solved loads of spectacular cases in the past.
No, I was sidelined and spent my days sitting on my behind. Does that sound familiar to you?
What's the matter now? Did you bring me something to eat?
So, what do you want to eat?
Oh, anything. An apple or something like that.
There's ham and eggs in the saloon.
Can't touch him.
Why not?
Sergeant Mills.
Hmm?
He's responsible for the fitness of the unit, and he'll chew you out if he thinks you've packed on a few pounds.
I see. Leave it with me.
Yeah, thanks.
Gotta feed the pig. Bring you bacon. That'll help pack on some. And give me the option to go back up there, damn it. Come on. Well, at least tomorrow's Friday. You ready for the weekend?
Whatever Constable Oliver wants, he's getting ham and eggs. And just a pinch of salt for our friendly constable. Good.
That looked like more than a pinch.
Constable Oliver.
Huh?
Ham and eggs, piping hot.
Oh, I shouldn't really.
I don't see anyone here who'd rebuke you. It was a hard night.
Yeah, true. Oh, delicious. Just enough salt. Oh, that was good of you. Cheers.
You don't expect me to wash your dirty dishes as well, do you?
Oh, of course not, Your Majesty. Oh, that was a proper meal and no mistake.
The constable is quenching his thirst with a bottle of water. You'll have a problem when it's empty, but I can't wait that long. The constable is quenching his thirst with a bottle of water. I have to talk to the young fellow, even though he was already... And what about the other gunshot? Could the second missing bullet from the murder weapon be stuck down there in one of the wooden crates? If I want to get into the cargo hold, I'll have to get rid of the constable first. He won't let me talk to our young friend. The Sibling brand reel from the Baroness's cabin, the tape that came on it, and the reel that belongs to the player are both gone. A good slingshot. drawing on the expert knowledge of generations of boarding school students. Lady Westmacott, may I bother you for a moment?
By all means, Mr. Zellner.
Did Miss Miller cope with all the excitement?
I think so. But what happened on the train was quite a shock for her. She wouldn't be able to go on if something happened to Matthew.
She's worried about him.
He's all she has. It breaks her heart that he lives at a boarding school and can't always be with her. But she sets her wishes and needs aside so that he can get a good education. That's her way.
Where is Matthew's father?
Gone. Run off. Ran away from his problems again. He drank a lot. More and more after each setback. It's better for both of them this way.
He left her.
She couldn't have borne it. She loved him and wanted to stick by him. She fell out with her family over him. They couldn't understand her. And when he left her, the ground opened up beneath her feet. For 2 weeks, she was as good as dead. If she didn't have Matthew, she'd be dead.
You seem to know a lot about it. I mean, about the time before Miss Miller began working for you.
I have my reasons.
And Matthew, do you care as deeply about the children of your other employees?
If you fail with your own child, you hope to do better with others, Constable.
And the idea to send Matt to a boarding school
was mine. Matthew idolized his father and blamed his mother for the fact that he wasn't around anymore. I was afraid the situation would escalate if he had to live on a country estate alone with his mother and some old people. I think I was right. He quickly made friends at boarding school. He's popular, well-liked, a real athlete according to his teachers, and his relationship with his mother has improved as well. He's headed in the right direction.
Miss Miller told me that you have a valuable manuscript with you.
That is correct.
An unpublished Part 2 novel. The manuscript must be worth a fortune.
Oh, it's not just any Part 2 novel. I wrote it 20 years ago, but it will only be published after my death. It's Part 2's last case. Maurice Partout dies.
You're going to kill him off?
I already have. And I enjoyed it.
Madam.
I was so sick of writing one Partout novel after another. I was keen to stick a knife in his guts. And so, 20 years ago, I did. Of course, I didn't want to disappoint my fans, so I let him solve case after case. But at least I was certain that he'd never escape me, that in the end, I would get him.
I understand. Let's just hope that this novel remains unpublished for many more years. I have to be going, Lady Westmacott.
Please keep me informed, Constable Zellner.
Of course. I believe I've got everything I can out of him. There's nothing more he can tell me at the moment.
Oh.
Mr. Kreutzer clearly feels uneasy. But does Legrand actually think he's the Raven? Legrand is absorbed in the interrogation. He still seems pretty annoyed. The violinist seems to be bearing the brunt of it. Mr. Kreutzer.
Okay. I wonder. No, it doesn't let me see the pictures. Okay.
The unusual color of the blood. All cats?
This seems to be the only evidence left. But what can we use?
The message from the desk of the Baroness says, Inspector, be in the saloon at 10.
Alright, we're still gonna go back to that guy's cabin. Almost forgot about that. Looks like there's nothing else to do, so let's go down here. While he's busy. Being obsessed in the past. To see the present.
Legrand locked the door. The lock isn't especially secure. If I had a wire or something like that, I could probably pick it. Neither Dr. Gebhardt nor Constable Oliver can keep up with Legrand's pace, but in contrast to good old Robert, the doctor doesn't let himself get roped in for the long haul. I wonder what would happen if Legrand dragged him out of bed for another investigation.
Supposed to get an ice pick from the captain, but how? That's always bothering me. So I saw something about getting an ice pick, and I'm not sure how. Let's see. There has to be an ice pick in here. There's supposed to be. I just missed it, I guess. Very spoke to you.
I believe I've got everything I can out of him. There's nothing more he can tell me at the moment.
I don't get it. There's supposed to be an ice pick in here? I already used the tongs. So... No?
I believe...
I'm not sure where the ice pick is.
Aha! Little stones. Perfect ammunition for the slingshot.
really well progressed. It's only like 5 hours, almost 6.
Little stones make perfect ammunition for the slingshot. Now I just need a suitable target. The little stones make perfect ammunition for the slingshot. Now I just need a suitable target. I have to talk to the young fellow right away, even though he was already under arrest at the time. And what a good the second missing bullet from the murder weapon. If I want to get into the cargo hold, I'll have to get rid of the constable first. He won't let me talk to our young friend. The constable is quenching his thirst with a bottle of water. He'll have a problem when it's empty, but I can't wait that long.
All the windows is red, but one. Didn't mean to go in there.
little stones make perfect ammunition for the slingshot. Now I just need a suitable target. Little stones make perfect ammunition for the slingshot. Now I just need a suitable target.
Where do I have to be for...
Little stones make perfect ammunition for the slingshot. Now I just need a suitable target. Little stones make perfect ammunition for the slingshot. Now I just need a suitable target.
That's the ice pick was supposed to be the tongs. But where am I supposed to be to fucking shoot the water bottle?
The little stones make perfect ammunition for the slingshot. Now I just need a suitable target. I guess our stowaway knocked me out. Whatever his story is. Mr. Kreutzer clearly feels uneasy. Little stones make perfect ammunition. Small, even stones. Little stones make perfect. A good slingshot and combo. The little stones make little stones make perfect ammunition for the slingshot. Now I just need a suitable target. The little stones make...
I get that. Why the fuck did it work
The little stones make...
talking about it and fucking shoot the water bottle.
The little stones make perfect...
You're not combining. Why aren't you combining?
A good slingshot. Drawing on the X and combined with the...
kidding me? Did it seriously have to be that precise?
Constable Oliver
Oh, yeah,
brought something to drink. You can tell it's not the first time he's had to guard something. The bottle should be full of water, unless the good constable happens to have a secret alcohol problem. No way to verify that. I can't get the bottle without him noticing. The bottle should be full of water, unless the good constable happens to have a secret alcohol problem. No way to verify that. I can't get the bottle without him noticing. The little stones make perfect ammunition for the slingshot. Now I just need a suitable target.
There gotta be another way around it. If I had to give him the food and then shoot that.
I'll let him play for now. Maybe Miss Miller has found something of a soulmate in the archaeologist. Unfortunately, there's no guarantee that the two of them will end up together. People with low self-esteem tend to sabotage their own happiness. Miss Miller?
Yes, Constable?
I wanted to ask you something. Lady Westmacott told me that Matt's become a real athlete at his boarding school.
That's true. He's full of energy. His teachers try to calm him down with sports. He's very talented and learns new games very quickly.
I regret to say that was never one of my strong points. It must be good for his self-confidence.
It certainly is. He's settled down and he's become something of a leader in his class. A year ago, I'd have never dared to hope that everything would work out so well.
I'll be seeing you, Miss Miller.
Constable?
I'll let him play for now. The death of his mistress doesn't really bother Inch. He's only worried about his own future. I shouldn't bother her until I have some news. Her mind is still razor sharp, and I'll need it to crack this case. I don't want to blunt it by using it too often.
Let's see if that set back anything. Don't want to restart it.
A good slingshot. Draw and combine.
Are you kidding me? Am I seriously gonna have to restart this just to get through this? be back. Alright, I feel dumb. Let's go. I'm so ready. I want this part. But I feel dumb now. Get moving.
The little stones make perfect ammunition. Little stones make perfect ammunition for the slingshot. Now I just need a... The little stone... The little stones... Constable is crunching his... The little stones make perfect... The little stones make perfect... The constable... He could be more cooperative, but in the end, he's just doing his job. No reason to shoot a stone at his head. The bottle should be full of water, unless the good constable... No way to... All right.
Ow! Ah! Hey, Zelda, what in blazes was that?
What?
Something hit me!
You mean someone shot at you?
Yes, well, no, I don't know. Didn't you notice anything?
I was riveted by the fantastic view. We Swiss aren't used to seeing the horizon like this.
And my bottle's broken too! Oh, I don't believe this. Could you bring me something to drink? Oh, he's salty.
I'm sorry. I have to proceed with my investigations. Goodbye. Let's see how long he can resist his thirst. Not long at all.
Holy crap. That took me forever to figure out. I feel so dumb.
Nervous? I would be too in your position. Who are you?
My name is Adil. And you are?
Constable Zellner. Why did you sneak onto the ship, Adil?
I wanted to go back home.
You're Egyptian?
There's no work for me in Italy. I want to see my family again.
And since you don't have money, you stowed away.
So what if I did?
So, it was you who knocked me out.
Me? Never.
No? Where were you when I was attacked?
Well, I couldn't take anything with me on this trip, so I snuck into the kitchen and took some canned goods.
Interesting. And how do you know when I was attacked?
Well, I thought it was yesterday, shortly before we set sail.
I take this bump personally. It's hard for me to believe a single word of your story.
Because I'm a foreigner?
Because you seem to have learned our language in the space of a day, accent-free.
Believe what you want.
What were you searching for on deck last night?
I was hiding the whole evening. I wanted to go out and get some fresh air, see the stars. But then suddenly, they were looking for me.
Were you in one of the cabins?
No!
Did you see anyone on the deck or on the roof?
No!
And after we arrested you?
The English policeman put me in this cell. Then he left. I've been here ever since.
And you didn't notice anything along the way?
No, nothing.
What about the gunshot? Didn't you hear it?
Yes. The English policeman had already arrested me. We heard a bang and looked around.
And then?
Then, the Bobby was in a hurry to get rid of me. He almost pushed me down the stairs and locked me in here. He left, and then a short time later, the alarm went off.
Constable Oliver wasn't with you anymore when the alarm went off?
No. I was scared that the ship would sink with me sitting here like a rat in a trap.
Who paid you to distract us?
What?
You went for a walk around the deck and let yourself be seen. Everyone goes off hunting you, and in the meantime, your partner shoots the Baroness in peace.
No, I didn't do anything. I didn't want to distract anyone. I just want to go home.
You're a liar, and a bad one at that.
But sir, I'm telling the truth.
And I'm the Raven. Inspector Legrand will deal with you. He's lying like a cheap rug. But he probably doesn't know anything about the murder. Very disappointing. So I have to keep searching. What interests me most is the shot that was fired here in the cargo hold last night. Whoever fired the shot hit the crate. The cargo hold also seems to serve as a changing room for the crew, at least for the ones who don't wear white uniforms. A stroke of luck. The lock is open. Oil-stained overalls. And here, an old toolbox. It's been through a lot. Hardly any paint, dented, and the lid is held shut by a wire. I'll take it with me. Some wrenches, a bit of wire wool, an oily cloth, and here, a screwdriver. Did the shooter just want to intimidate me? Or maybe he needed the bullet. No. The bullet hole is too small for the tongs. Well, I think the bullet is still in the wood. I'm not a weapons specialist, but at first sight I'd say that this bullet looks exactly the same as the one Dr. Gebhardt gave me for Legrand. That would mean that the murderer also fired a shot here in the cargo hold before the murder. But why? Did they just want to make sure the old guns still worked? Or was it something else? And did the bullet really come from the same gun? I can only check that in Legrand's cabin. The young man is lying like a cheap rug. I've got a screwdriver. That's all I need. Somebody put the trunk back on the shelf. I can't tell whether it was our young friend or someone else. It must be uncomfortable traveling like that, even if you're as young and slim as our guest in the cell over there. I could take one of the saws with me as a souvenir. On the other hand, it'd remind me of my bump and of my rather inelegant escape.
That takes the biscuit.
I noticed that the door was unguarded. I just wanted to make sure that everything was all right.
Tell it to Legrand. He's expressly forbidden anyone to speak to the witness before he does.
All right, let's go to Legrand and tell him what happened. You fell asleep and then you left the door unguarded. Well, are we going?
No, but don't try it again.
Of course not. The lock isn't especially secure. I should be able to open it with the wire from the cargo hold. I'm out of practice. The lock isn't especially secure. I should be able to open it with the wire from the cargo hold. There we go. A lock master and son. Tough to crack. If I wanted to steal the eye, I'd concentrate on getting the 3 keys. If everything goes according to plan, the first time this monster is opened will be in the museum in Cairo. Fingers crossed. Neatly folded and unused. Legrand hasn't slept since we cast off, nor on the train. Legrand must have taken and developed the photos himself. He even made copies and enlargements. He seems to be prepared for everything, with access to more resources than a normal detective. A microscope. Looks like the one that Lutz Reichinger uses in his pharmacy, just more modern. There's nothing on the slide, and therefore nothing to see. Okay. I need the second bullet for a comparison. Legrand must have taken them yesterday at the crime scene. Yes, that's how we found her yesterday. I think I wasn't really myself at the time. No. Nothing suspicious. Yes. The bed, the blood spot. The spot on the sheet is much bigger than the one on the mattress. There's blood on the blanket as well. A lot of blood, I'd say. The blanket and the sheet are gone. I guess they're in the medical center. A rough diagram of the ship. Legrand marked the Baroness's cabin. Seems like he didn't turn up anything else of note. This photo provides an overview of the crime scene. Shot in her sleep. She didn't feel a thing. She went to sleep and never woke up. A masterpiece. Forensic teams use kits like these. They're placing increasing importance on the preservation of evidence. But not in Switzerland yet. It's a small lab used to conduct simple sight. All right, what have we got here? Half of the tools in this box will be interesting for an archaeologist as well. Actually, forensics and archaeology are really quite similar to each other. The goal is to find out what happened, whether a few hours ago or a few centuries ago. I'm sure Legrand could work magic in this alchemist lab. Me, I'm just awestruck. For forensics in the woods or the open country, I suppose. No use on a ship. Fingerprints are overrated. Smart thieves wear gloves, or they make sure that there are too many fingerprints at the crime scene to check them all. What's this? Oh, how practical. A hermetically sealed cotton swab for collecting samples. I'll take it. Good Lord. Good Lord. A small glass bowl for mixing chemicals. Aha! This is some kind of inventory list. For each chemical, it lists the chemical composition and a short comment on how to use it. And here's a list of the most important procedures. Fingerprints, gunshot residue, blood. I don't have to analyze the pillow and feathers to determine whether there's gunshot residue. I can smell it. And I don't have any other clues at the moment. The booklet will be useful once I have something to analyze. The booklet will be useful once I have something to analyze. There's nothing written on the bottle. I suppose it's some sort of stimulant, legal or not. Legrand has been awake for at least 30 hours straight, maybe more. I shudder to think what kind of side effects this stuff might have. A policeman on a murder investigation should have his wits about him. The risk that he could miss evidence or endanger himself and others is too high. Legrand's file on the Raven, centimeters thick but totally useless. We're not dealing with the Raven. Why can't he see that? Our man is ruthless, a bomber, and quite probably a murderer. This file belongs in a museum. It's history. The inspector should concentrate on the present. This is the pipe from the cargo hold. Legrand seems to have inspected it for fingerprints. I can still make out the powder. No. Nothing to see on the end of the pipe that the attacker held. Either he wore gloves or he cleaned the pipe. Aha! That's the bullet the doctor removed from the Baroness's corpse. I need the second bullet for a comparison. I need the second bullet for a comparison.
So why aren't you putting it in there?
Another alarm. It was tripped at some point, but there's no way to determine when. Smells like chemicals. Legrand probably developed the photos in here. There are still fragments of the syringe that the inspector broke in the sink. Why is he pushing himself like this? Even if he catches the Raven, is it worth ruining his career and his health? I need the second bullet for a comparison.
Oh my god.
All right.
I seriously have to do it for you.
That's the proof. Whoever shot the Baroness also fired the shot in the cargo hold. What could that mean?
He's taking a long time interrogating that one guy.
Dr. Gebhardt locked the door, and until I have good reason, I won't wake him up. Something tells me that he wouldn't be amused.
We're just going all over this ship. That must be a really long travel.
The unusual all cap. I always wanted to do that. That should be enough.
Ow.
Both bullets came from the same gun. That means that whoever shot the Baroness was... That fact may be important later. Wasn't there something about blood samples? Fingerprints? Well, it explains how to confirm that something is blood. That's a start. You have to mix luminol and a hydrogen peroxide solution and then drip or spray the mixture on the blood. The solution turns blue and glows even if there's just a very small amount of blood. Okay then, luminol and hydrogen peroxide. Aha, hydrogen peroxide solution. Aha, luminol. All right, so this is our reagent liquid. I have to drip or spray the solution on the blood. I have to drip or spray the solution on the blood. Okay, I'm filling the pipette and putting it down very carefully. So, let's see what we have here. No blood. Not the slightest reaction. If I didn't make a mistake, and it wasn't that difficult, then the spot on the Baroness's bed isn't really blood. But if it isn't blood, what is it? And more importantly, why didn't Dr. Gebhardt notice anything? He was supposed to have examined everything. I'd say it's time to visit the medical center. It seems impossible that Dr. Gebhardt could have shot the Baroness. He was with me when the gunshot ran out. But he must have noticed that the Baroness was lying in a pool of fake blood. Maybe he's covering for someone. Let's find out.
Seriously? You picked that by yourself on that one.
The sink looks like it's been cleaned recently. I can't say whether it was cleaned to comply with the hygiene regulations or whether there was another reason. Interesting. A tape on a reel. The reel belongs to a much better player, like the one from the Baroness's cabin. I can't be certain that this is the reel that was missing from the Baroness's cabin, but it seems quite likely. The Sibling, the tape that came. A tape recorder from Sibling. Interesting. The reel in the Baroness's cabin is from the same company. A microphone was plugged into the tape recorder. Maybe Dr. Gebhardt records the results of his examinations and writes them down later. The player is rather basic. Simple, sturdy, practical. The player is rather basic. The player... I guess the trash bin is in here. Right. Paper towels, plastic packaging, cartons, and... Hold on. What's this? A burst rubber glove. It's knotted, and there's a red liquid all over the inside that looks like blood. I bet good money that it's the same fake blood I found in the Baroness's cabin. Dr. Gebhardt will have trouble explaining how rubber gloves full of fake blood got into his trash bin. First, the fake blood he missed in the Baroness's cabin, and now this. It doesn't look good for you, Doctor. That's proof enough for me that the doctor is involved in this. I should report to Legrand. The player is rather basic. Simple, sturdy, practical. The player is... Okay. Nothing. Strange. There. Very interesting. A shot is audible on the tape, and the reel comes from the Baroness's cabin. It's all coming into focus. It's probably for emergencies, in case a passenger falls down and can't walk anymore. Possibly due to rough seas, or maybe the captain's well-stocked bar. Time to pay Legrand a visit. No! No, don't!
So the doctor's involved. This was chapter 1. Secrets solved 12. Hence function used 3. Minus 300 points. Hotspot highlight use 1. Don't even know what hotspot highlight use is. Okay. Still got not bad. Let's move on. Try talking to all the characters.
Why couldn't you just leave it be? Let me go. Why are you doing this to me? You and the Baroness. Dr. Gebhardt, I don't know. Don't you understand what you are forcing me to do? You don't have to. It is almost over. You won't feel a thing. I am sorry you have to see all this. I should have used more chloroform. Chloroform. Still partly numb. Shit. A pair of scissors. All ready. Enough of that, Mr. Zellner. Soon it will all be behind you. I am sorry you have to see all this. I should have used more chloroform. Pair of scissors. All ready. Enough of that, Mr. Zellner. Soon it will all be behind you.
Looks like you have to do this in a certain order and a certain time frame.
I am sorry. All ready. Enough of that, Mr. Zellner. I am sorry you have... have to distract him. Why? Why? Why did the Baroness have to snoop around? Why did you have to snoop around? And that glove there. You want to plant evidence on me, yeah? I left no evidence. There is no trail. And yet you can't just leave me in peace, can you? Keep talking. Chloroform? I had it in my bag, just in case. You were supposed to be asleep. I am not a monster, you know? I have nothing against you. Nothing at all. But what can I do? You forced my hand. It's your
But why the
fault.
doctor?
Yours alone.
Should have suspected him more.
And on. And what next? Heart failure happens a lot at your age, especially given your background. I am still considering whether I should throw you overboard. Don't leave evidence. No evidence. But what if I'm seen? My plan was perfect. And then you ruined everything!
On and on. On and on. Can't move. Chloroform. Still partly numb. A pair of scissors. Can't reach it. Arms are bound. Can't reach it. Dr. Gebhardt won't need much longer. Arms are bound. Can't reach it.
Go turn off the alarm, babe. Arms are bound. On and on. Dr. Gebhardt won't need much longer. Can't reach it. Can't reach it. Chloroform. Still partly numb. Can't move.
on and on. Dr. Gebhardt won't need much longer. Can't reach it. Can't reach it.
Take it easy, Mr. Zellner. You will only hurt yourself. Shall we begin? It's almost over. I will. Are you okay?
Thanks.
A wet towel works miracles. I told you so.
Out with it then. What were you doing down there?
Inspector, at least let the constable recover his breath.
He almost killed himself.
Me? No. Dr. Gebhardt would have taken care of that for me. Where is he?
Gebhardt? He's vanished without a trace. We're searching the ship from top to bottom.
One at a time. Tell me, Zellner, what did you find out?
Dr. Gebhardt killed Baroness von Trebitz.
Impossible.
Do you have proof?
Besides the fact that he wanted to kill me?
But wasn't the doctor with you when the shot was fired?
The shot that we heard was a recording. The Baroness had a tape recorder and good speakers in her cabin. Good enough to make the noise audible on the upper deck.
Is that just your suspicion, or do you have proof?
There's an audio tape in the medical center. The reel belongs to the tape player in the Baroness's cabin. And there's a sibling reel in her cabin that belongs to the recorder in the medical center. He recorded it in the cargo hold. His tape recorder has a microphone, and I removed a bullet from one of the boxes down there.
And it came from the murder weapon?
All right.
Inspector Legrand!
Let's pretend you're onto something. The shot we heard was just a recording. What happened next?
We all ran to the Baroness's cabin. She lay comatose in a pool of blood. Dr. Gebhardt pushed past you so that you couldn't get too close to the Baroness. He examined her and pronounced her dead. There was no reason for us to doubt him. The shot, the blood, the Baroness lying there lifelessly. But she was only unconscious, knocked out by the chloral hydrate that the doctor had poured into her glass shortly before.
The doctor had a glass in his hand when you came in.
He wanted to remove the evidence. But you gave me the glass instead, Captain DeConti, and unintentionally knocked me out as well.
Nonsense. There was blood everywhere. And the Baroness is certainly dead enough, isn't she?
Then who did shoot her? And when?
She wasn't shot, she was poisoned.
And yet I saw the hole in her chest with my own eyes.
Aha!
She must have been shot.
Well, ingenious. Where was she shot?
As I already said, it was Dr. Gebhardt. He had the sleeping Baroness brought to the medical center, where he had all the time in the world to shoot her.
A fine theory, but unfortunately incorrect. I examined the Baroness before she was taken away. She had a bullet wound in her chest.
Besides which, she was already cold when we brought her to the medical center.
All the same, it's worth considering the possibility. The doctor was alone in the cabin for a while. When the alarm went off, it was deafening. I couldn't even hear myself.
And I found a pillow with burn marks. Could have been used to muffle a gunshot.
And the blood?
The blood wasn't real. Dr. Gebhardt mixed up a liquid that looked like fresh blood to the casual observer, but the liquid remained red instead of becoming darker and browner from exposure to the air. That meant he had to clean the body and get rid of the bedding.
But the blood was already there when we first entered the cabin.
Dr. Gebhardt was in the Baroness's cabin before the murder. He hid a surgical glove full of the red liquid under her sheet. The Baroness, dead tired, fell onto her bed, the glove burst, and the blood spread across the bed. I found the burst glove in the medical center.
But why did he do it? What was his motive?
Inspector?
I can only speculate. The Baroness spent the day rummaging through her old family photos.
No.
Do you have anything to contribute, Constable?
Confession, sir. Dr. Gebhardt was the Raven. It's all here. He admits to everything.
What does it say?
It says, "Do you still remember, my dear Nico? The streets were wet with rain and the scent of roasted barley and fermenting yeast wafted over to us from the brewery. The dog barked until your shot struck down the innocent one. After that silence, not a single sound except for my soft steps fading on the wet cobblestone street. They made a hero of you, and I, at last, found peace. At least until the urge returned. Some of us are not made for retirement, my friend. I thought they would assign this case to you, and that thought pleased me. We'd finally find out who was truly the better man. And it pains me now to have to admit that you and your little gumshoe got the better of me. You drove me into a corner, forced me to make mistakes. I congratulate you on your triumph, but no one will confine the Raven to a cage. There is but one way out, and that is by my own hand. Farewell, Raven Hunter R.
Inspector Legrand!
Inspector?
I was right. I told them all, over and over again. But no one would listen.
You think that Dr. Gebhardt was really the Raven?
The things Gebhardt describes in his letter aren't part of any police report. Only someone who was there would know them.
Couldn't there have been others involved? One of the police, for instance. What if one of them changed sides?
Why is it so hard for you to accept the simple truth? There was never a new Raven. There was only ever the old one. And that was Dr. Gebhardt.
The modus operandi doesn't match. The Raven was not a killer.
Legends are rarely what they seem to be, Constable Zellner.
Then who was the man who was killed back then?
William Jackson, a petty thief, committed some burglaries together with his brother. Talented, but not world-class.
And they thought he was the Raven.
Some people thought it was part of his disguise. If you're a debonair master thief, what better disguise than pretending to be a common crook? From time to time you let them catch you pulling small jobs, and no one ever imagines you're capable of a major heist.
But you didn't believe it.
I had my doubts, but everyone congratulated me and those doubts were pushed aside. It was like being caught in a storm, but eventually the storm passed and my doubts were still there.
But not this time? No doubts telling you that Gebhardt isn't our man?
It must be him.
What about the handwriting, the wording? Does the farewell letter match the Raven's other letters?
Yes, it's his handwriting, his words. I've read all the Raven's letters, all of them, over and over again.
I never thought it was possible. A resurrected Raven.
The Raven was never dead. I shot the wrong man.
But that man had the stolen goods, didn't he? So he must have been in league with the Raven. One could hardly call him innocent. Where do we go from here?
We deliver the eye and then I'll contact Paris. A task force will compare all of Gebhardt's known residences with the Raven's activity.
And if there are any inconsistencies?
You're welcome to keep an eye on the safe if you can't let it go. The ship will remain in Cairo for 1 day. That's all the time you'll have to catch your own Raven. I already have mine.
Ah, you're one of Legrand's men, aren't you?
My name is Anton Jakob Zellner.
You've come just in time. Grace, my dachshund, is missing.
There may be more important matters for me to attend to, Mr.
Director Abbas Mokhtar. And Grace isn't just a common dog. She's a purebred German dachshund, a champion.
So, the exhibition will still open tonight.
But of course, everything has been arranged. The final preparations are almost complete.
But one of the two exhibits won't be there.
A terrible loss, a tragedy. That irreplaceable Egyptian cultural treasure has been stolen for the second time.
The second time?
What? Did you really believe that the Eye of the Sphinx was found lying on the banks of the Thames?
Inspector Legrand, Professor Lucien, and Constable Oliver are overseeing the transportation of the safe. They should be here at any moment. I'll have a look around in the meantime.
Do you think that's necessary? The Raven is dead, after all.
If you mean Dr. Gebhardt, his body was never recovered. Nor the stolen Eye of the Sphinx, for that matter.
It does us a great honor that the Inspector is concerned about us. But we have everything under control.
Legrand isn't as concerned as he should be. But I am. Is the museum closed?
Yes. Only carefully selected guests may enter the museum during preparations for the gala. And of course, You're one of them, Mr. Constable.
What can you tell me about the museum's security system?
One of the best on the market. And the second eye will still be exhibited in our special treasure chamber, which is extra secure.
Treasure chamber?
See for yourself, to the right of the entrance. The eye is as safe as the British Crown jewels.
I think I'll have a look around the museum.
Please do. There's a lot to see. And you'll let me know if you see Grace, won't you? I hope we find her before the great inspector arrives. Isn't it fantastic how he solved the murder on the ship?
Legrand?
Of course. It's in all the newspapers. The murder of the wealthy Baroness von Trebitz, and how the great Inspector Legrand identified the murderer in just one day. It's the stuff legends are made of. You should count yourself lucky to have the chance to learn from him.
What exactly do the newspapers say?
Everything. It's fantastic. Someone on board must have informed the press immediately. Of course, it's a great advertising for us. The reporters will queue up tonight.
And it was reported that Legrand found the murderer.
Of course! Who else?
Well, I wasn't exactly uninvolved.
Of course. Legrand surely has assistants, but honor to he who deserves to be honored, right?
Well then.
Be seeing you, Constable. Grace! Here, Gracie. My sweetheart. Where are you?
Oh, Mr. Inch.
Mr. Inch. There you are. I am so sorry. Baroness von Trebitz was a good-hearted woman. She did so much for the museum.
As you say, sir.
And you? Are you leaving so soon?
I'd like to go back to my hotel. These last days have been such a strain.
First, you sneak into the museum without greeting me, and then you want to leave just as quickly?
I didn't want to disturb you, and we'll have time enough tonight.
Yes, you simply must come tonight. I wanted to present Baroness von Trebitz with a medal. Now you'll have to accept it.
Of course, if you insist, sir.
The Baroness paid for all this. Without her, there wouldn't have been an exhibition or a gala.
She was very generous.
Yes, she was.
If you'll excuse me now. Constable Zellner, I want to thank you again for all you've done. You saved me, you could say.
My pleasure. See you tonight. Miss Miller, I'm glad to see you here.
Oh, Constable Zellner. I heard what happened to you on board. Awful. Truly awful.
All's well that ends well. You are waiting for Professor Lucien?
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow you'll be sailing down the Nile, if I heard correctly.
That's right. I'm sure it will be an amazing experience.
But you don't seem to be very excited.
Oh, but I am. It's very generous of Lady Westmacott to invite me, and especially Matty. He'll learn a lot.
But?
Well, Professor Lucien offered to join us.
Then Matt will learn even more. And I'm sure it won't be unpleasant for you either.
No, I just don't know how Matty would react if Edgar came with us.
I understand. I could test the water to see how he'd feel about it.
Would you do that? Oh, thank you, Constable Zellner.
Were you able to find out why Professor Lucien left the forecastle so suddenly last night?
No, not really. We only had a brief conversation. He was still very nervous.
He was like that on the train as well. Seems to be typical of him.
It must be something to do with the burglary at the museum. It really affected him. But he told me not to worry about anything. He said, soon this would all be over.
Really? How did he mean that?
Oh, I didn't ask him, Constable.
Are there other passengers from the ship here?
Oh, yes, we arrived as a group. David Kreutzer, the violinist, was with us. So were Miss Myers and Mr. Inch. He seems to have gotten over the death of the Baroness pretty quickly. He seems positively relaxed.
I've met him. He looks on the bright side of life, so to speak. Where is Mr. Kreutzer?
He's over in the treasure chamber. Maddie is downstairs in the main hall. I'm afraid I'll hear the sound of something priceless shattering any second.
Matt will be careful, Miss Miller. I'll continue my tour of the museum.
Oh, yes, there's so much to see.
Locked. The door is closed if the guard room isn't occupied. That makes sense. Though I would have expected the guard room to be occupied all the time, especially on a day like today. Ah, I've heard of this. Desert glass. In the great sand sea of the Libyan desert, there's a region where natural glass is found. Nobody knows how it formed. The valuable material was often used for jewelry in ancient Egypt. Several daggers in a row. Their shapes and patterns look timeless, elegant. What does it say here? The dagger on the left is a replica of the dagger from the tomb of Tutankhamun. It must have been incredibly precious during his lifetime because it's made of iron. Thousands of years before the Ice Age, meteorites were the only source of pure iron. So a star that fell from the sky, bringing a substance that's harder than anything they'd known before, would have been a dramatic event. No wonder they used it to forge a weapon for the godlike pharaoh. A figure of Imhotep, who comes in peace from around 2700 BC. The first polymath known by name, godfather of medicine, architect of the first pyramids, and according to legend, the inventor of Egyptian writing. He certainly achieved more than me in his life. He was a legend. The Greeks called him a god. The Romans still honored him 3,000 years after his death. Even today, scholars offer a drop of ink to Imhotep when they begin a new project. Really impressive. This is Akhenaten, the only pharaoh whose portrait I always recognize. He has a very unusual head. Akhenaten was the husband of Nefertiti and the father of Tutankhamen. A famous family. But he went down in history as the pharaoh who wanted to eliminate the old gods and replace them with a single god. The priests took offense, and he died of unknown causes. Impressive, isn't it? Thousands of years old, and still beautiful.
That it is. They dug it out of the sand near Thebes over 50 years ago. I was there.
Really?
I met my husband there. He was an assistant on the dig, and was ordered by the director of the excavation to take care of that writer. I financed many excavations in the following years, here in Egypt and in the Near East. I visited my husband, together with our son. It was the best time of my life. But a museum is no place for nostalgia. What can I do for you?
Your son. You haven't said much about him. Or perhaps you did, just not by name.
You're an attentive listener, Mr. Zellner.
I was wondering why you knew so much about Miss Miller's unhappy marriage.
I stopped paying his bar tabs. Stopped paying reporters to hush things up. He got to know her and went with her to America to start a new life. You can change your name easily, but not who you really are. He has my eyes, doesn't he?
The Part 2 novel is for him, isn't it?
If I couldn't provide Matthew with a good father, then at least I can provide him with a good start in life.
You've had a long and successful life, Lady Westmacott.
What's that supposed to mean, Mr. Zellner? That I should be ready to leave the stage? Because I'm not.
Oh, I didn't want...
I'm here because life is here, Constable. Or was. I have never lived as much as I have here. No fame, no money can buy that.
I understand.
I'm sorry, Constable Zellner. Such an outburst isn't fitting for a woman of my age, and an English woman at that. Let's talk about something else.
Will you attend the gala tonight, Lady Westmacott?
But of course. The antiquities, the delightful atmosphere, and who knows, perhaps there will be another spectacular burglary.
And your cruise?
The ship doesn't leave until tomorrow, and believe me, I'd cancel the cruise for this.
When I was working on the ship, I felt like one of the detectives in your novels.
You were lucky. It was an unusual murder. Most murders happen in the heat of the moment or are committed by idiots. They're uninspired. But Gebhardt thought it through. He could have succeeded.
I don't know. He made too many mistakes.
He couldn't have known that the Baroness, almost unconscious from the drugs, would lock her cabin door.
But that was a risk. The plan was too complicated and sloppily executed.
You certainly are a harsh critic, Mr. Zellner.
He could have shot her on the side deck and thrown the weapon into the sea. With no witnesses, no one would have suspected him.
How boring.
Or if it had to be a complicated plan, then he should have worked more carefully. Should have thought of everything, had a plan B in place.
Maybe he didn't have enough time. He had only a few hours to plan and commit the murder.
Still, he should have covered his tracks more carefully. The audio tape, the bloody glove, none of that should have stayed in the medical center. Do you think that Dr. Gebhardt was the Raven?
Was? Do you think he's dead?
The letter sounded like he committed suicide.
There's your answer. Does that sound like the Raven? Being unmasked? Taking the easy way out?
My sentiments exactly. The Raven wouldn't commit murder, get caught, and then jump into the sea.
You don't want everything to be over, do you?
It's my chance to do something great. It can't be over yet.
At least you solved the murder of the Baroness. You're a hero.
That's not how the newspapers see it. Nor I. Something's missing. I can achieve more.
Careful, Constable. He who flies too close to the sun
Is that the myth of Icarus?
To be honest, no. The story is Greek, and was only written down 1,000 years later. I was counting on the dramatic effect.
Oh, worked well enough. Let's assume that the thief is still out there. Who is he?
If all this were a novel, then it would be the one you least expect.
Is that intended to be a confession, Lady Westmacott?
What do we know about the new Raven?
He's a man who would stop at nothing.
Must it be a man? And how do we know that it's just one person? There could be several people collectively pretending to be the Raven.
So, we don't know anything.
That's not completely true. We know that he or she wants the Eye of the Sphinx, and will probably strike here, assuming he or she hasn't already gone.
It may be the end of the story for me, Lady Westmacott. Inspector Legrand will arrive soon and send me to the hotel. I'll return tonight for the gala, hoping all the while that the Raven does dare to attempt a burglary. Tomorrow morning, I'll have to return to Switzerland. What an unsatisfactory ending that would be.
It wouldn't be a triumphant ending, but it could be worse. At least you'd still be alive, Constable.
As always, it was an entertaining and enlightening chat, Lady Westmacott.
I'm going to miss our little chats, Constable Zellner. Goodbye.
I feel a bit dumb in the fact that I just realized that I left my mic off. Ow. When are you gonna get up, babe? Alright, we're gonna put 8 hours into this game. Like, I will end it here and get back to it later. But I'm hungry and getting tired. So I will see you later. Thanks for watching. Bye, viewers.